Hello, hello, hello. Okay, I hope you're all having a great time. If I sound weird, it's because I'm having a cold, so my throat is a little sore, so I'll be drinking a lot. I don't know if anyone's here already, but just in case there are, hello, hope you're doing great. Tonight I will be reading Sword of Destiny, which is why I'll be hosting these sprints and just to chat and get to know you guys, because I need to finish this within 2 weeks and I've got quite a busy schedule next week, so we'll see how far we go or get rather. So yeah, we'll see. Just as there's no one here yet as we are speaking, I'll start off with a little sprint to get things going and to get things started. Okay, so I'm not sure how to do this. We'll get there soon, sometime. So yeah, we'll see how it actually goes. Okay, as it is just me and I've got nothing to hide, I'll just start reading right now because I'm kind of struggling at the moment how to share my screen because it isn't quite working. So if you're there, feel free just pop something in the comments or just to join, and maybe we can chat like this in case you don't mind. So yeah, in the meantime, I'm going to try and figure out how the sharing screen works so we can actually get some reading done. Hello, Lauren. If you want to join, just let me know and I'll send you a link so we can actually chat if you want to. Don't feel pressured. Send you a link through Twitter if you want to join. So Oh, why is my computer so incredibly slow? It's annoying. And then internet issues are happening. Help, help, help. Like, as some of you might have noticed, I'm a complete internet noob. Everything that has got to do with IT, I truly suck at. That's why I failed those exams as well. So, yeah, I'm not very clever when it comes to computers. So, I'm still trying to figure everything out. For some reason, the mouse of my computer is constantly stuck. So, that doesn't make it much easier. I honestly have no idea how they properly share their screens. Oh well, as you've all figured out, I'm such a noob. Maybe we can read a little before Lauren joins us. I've sent Femke from Bookish Buddies also a link, and she'll be here shortly as well. She was still having some food, so we can be reading in the meantime. I have no idea how this timer thing works yet, so we'll figure it out along the way together, which might give a crazy adventure. But I will be reading Sword of Destiny from The Witcher for the Witcher along, so just so you know that when I'm looking down, I'm actually reading this. Hello,
Hello.
how are you?
I'm good. I'm just settling in. I just had dinner, so just getting comfortable.
What did you have?
Well, it was supposed to be spaghetti, but we ran out of spaghetti, so we just ate, the same sauce but with a different pasta.
Should be great.
Yeah, it was fine. It was nothing like really special or anything, but
It's the
it
little
was
things
good.
in life.
Yeah. Yeah,
What have you been reading lately?
not a lot, honestly. I am working on my thesis. My deadline is the 23rd of May, so that's where, a lot of my energy goes. I was trying to read Jade War because we have the live show tomorrow, but
Yeah,
I'm DNFing it because I'm not enjoying it at all.
then you better DNF it.
Yeah, like I hardly ever DNF, but it's putting me in a bad mood. It's like it's not a DNF forever, but like for now it's a DNF.
More like a procrastination.
Yeah, it's like it I was bored with what I was reading, and then the other part I wasn't bored with annoyed me because I feel
Yeah,
like, well, you should know not to make these choices because they will come back, to bite you in the ass, basically.
true, true. I haven't
So,
started it yet. The entire series. I haven't started it yet.
yeah, I
I'm like
mean,
I'm like so torn if it will be my cup of tea at all. Like with the urban fantasy vibes, I'm not even sure if it's my cup of tea. And then if you hear like it's hit or miss, and all the hype around it makes me so insecure about even starting it. Like I'm so intimidated that I'm just putting it
yeah,
off for now.
yeah, I really thought I would like it because I love urban fantasy and I don't mind like slow books or anything, but I don't know, it's not doing anything for me.
Yeah, I get that.
It's like
But
I'm
then,
reading it and it's like there's nothing wrong with it or anything, but it's not for me.
well, better to figure it out now than later.
Yeah. I mean it's a bit of a problem because I technically also have to read the third one for the, read along I'm hosting, but yeah.
Yeah,
It's not
you
gonna
can
happen.
always attend them
Oh
without
yeah, I
reading
will.
them.
I don't mind spoilers. So I'll be there for the live shows and everything, but I probably won't finish them. I don't see myself finishing both of them next month.
Okay. Hey, Lauren.
Hi.
Found your way in eventually.
How are you?
I'm
I'm
good. How
all
are
right.
you?
I'm all right. I'm trying to figure out which side I'm supposed to be on. I'm all
Well,
right. What are you all reading?
I'm currently reading Sword of Destiny for the read along I'm hosting for the Witcher series. So, but I'm kind of struggling at the moment.
Everybody seems
So
to be
yeah.
struggling with that.
I'm also
Well,
supposed to be reading Sword of Destiny as well, but I'm also struggling.
like the
Aren't you
first
supposed to be
story
reading like
wasn't my
so
cup of
many books?
tea. What?
Aren't you supposed to be reading like so many books at the same time? Like, don't you have like
Yeah.
a load of
Yeah,
read-alongs to do?
my March TBR went out the window. I just decided like it gave me too much stress and pressure. So I'm just
Mm-hmm.
not doing anything right now. Like the one thing I actually kind of have to read, I decided to DNF. So like at least for now. So
I mean, I
that's
get it.
Yeah. With me, it's very much up and down. Like the
mm,
first story wasn't my cup of tea. The second one I actually really enjoyed, and now the third one, some people are saying it's a chef's kiss, like Dasha said, but I'm like, where is the chef's kiss? Like I'm on the, like chapter 3 of the third story, and I'm like, where is it? Where is it? Like it's like up and down, so it's very mediocre for me so far compared to the Last Wish.
yeah, I really like The Last Wish.
Yeah, me too.
I was really surprised by how much I liked it because like I feel like short
Mm.
stories in general is a bit hit or miss for me. Like if
Yeah,
it's an anthology, I like, half and I dislike the other half. And I was surprised by how much I liked basically all the stories in The Last Wish, and then sort of Destiny happened, and I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, and I'm currently on the third story, and it's like so many Lord of Rings references, like
All right.
constantly Master Halfling, and can just see it in front of me, like in the Tolkien books, and constantly the mentions of hobbits, and I'm like, am I reading a Tolkien book or is this actually a Witcher
Right.
short story? So yeah, a little confusing at times.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Especially because I kind of grew up with those stories, like they're in my core, and when you see those words, I resonate them instantly with Tolkien rather than this. It's not like you're seeing a halfling often referenced as a hobbit
Yeah.
in books. Like, I haven't come across anything like it before besides Tolkien using a hobbit for a halfling.
No, I mean generally, if it's a halfling, I feel like it's someone of like mixed heritage or something, instead of like a really short person who's like literally like half the height of a normal person.
Well, I usually instantly think of a dwarf or a gnome or anything like that, but
Yeah.
not a hobbit. If they're just putting halfling there.
Yeah. So what are you reading, Lauren?
Too many books. Way too many books. I'm listening to Akawar again because this is just who I am now. This is just it. I reread the whole series in January, and I've re-listened to the first 3 this month. So I give up.
Fine. You do you. If that makes you happy.
Oh, I am. It's making me very happy. It's very weird listening it to some scenes though. Like chapter 54 and 55 were a bit. It was a bit strange.
I still have to read it. Like, I'm reading the first book for like a year and a half now. I feel like I have to.
Oh, if you want a buddy read, I'm down. If you want to buddy read them, I am so in.
I think I'm supposed to be at a chapter where Feyre and Rysand, I don't know how you pronounce his name, are about to meet at some sort of cave, but I haven't gone further before. So yeah, I still have to trudge through it.
If you want a buddy read, I'm putting it out there.
Well, I think I'm going to wait after Throne of Glass, as I'm supposed to start Throne of Glass next month.
I can buddy read that too with you because I haven't read those yet, so my obsession just keeps going.
I have only read the first 2 books, like The Assassin's Blade, I think it is, and Throne of Glass itself. I haven't read any other books yet, so...
I haven't even read House of Sky and Breath yet. I bought it, but I haven't read it.
Me neither.
I'm just rereading Akatar.
House of Sky and Breath. My copy of House of Sky and Breath has been stuck at customs for 2 months.
Oh, I bought it on Kindle. They couldn't mess it up.
Yeah, I got a hardcover, but that's sad.
Yeah, I got like the exclusive Waterstones edition because I thought it was going to have sprayed edges, but apparently it doesn't, and now I'm sad. But anyway, it's like stuck at customs, and it has been stuck at customs for 2 months because they received it at customs on the 6th of February. No, I cannot do anything but wait.
Cool.
I would almost consider canceling.
Yeah,
but it's like I can't cancel because it's already been shipped. And if I contact Waterstones, they're just going to tell me, yeah, you should wait another 30 days. Because more people have had this problem with this particular book. So I'll just wait it out.
That almost makes me feel guilty for having all the books and hardly read any Sarah J. Maas yet.
I literally sold everything, all the Sarah J. Maas books I had, except for Crescent City, like the first one.
Yeah.
So, like,
I'm just obsessing over it.
Yeah, I have like a hate-love relationship because I tend to love like the first couple of books in the series, and then I'll hate the last one in the series because it's like.
Did you read Silver Flames?
Yeah, I was not impressed.
Isn't that supposed to be about Vera's sister or something?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's that Nesta.
Like
There's
Isn't
a
that the
whole
nasty
lot
one?
of
The horrid one? Like
yeah,
I've only
that's the
read the
horrid
first.
one.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Like I
Yeah, based on the
appreciate
first book,
her,
far of I'm rereading it.
I appreciate her like character development in that book. I think that was really well done, but there was like so much more that I didn't like. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't for me. I don't know. I guess I kind of like outgrew her series, I suppose.
Oh,
I
I
I
read the
really
whole thing
like
in a
House of
day.
Earth and Blood, but I'm like, kind of holding like back on obsessing because I know like her other two series have disappointed me in the end. So I'm like, I don't want to get too excited about this one because
I'm really worried about House of Sky and Breath because I've seen everyone on TikTok. Like TikTok basically is just Sarah J. Maas for me now. Like Akatar's everywhere. But at the same time, like I have House of Sky and Breath spoilers everywhere and I haven't read it and I'm so annoyed because I keep
that's why I'm
skipping.
avoiding TikTok right now. I'm like, I don't want more spoilers.
I just keep skipping. So yeah, I'm listening to that and I'm rereading The Bone Shard Daughter because it's a favorite book of 2021.
Well. Like I still need to read so many popular books.
I still can't figure this
like
out.
So many. Oh, that's
but I'm rereading this because this came out, which is the sequel, and I am dying to read this.
I can imagine. Like, I can't remember the last time I was so hyped for a sequel. Like, I want to be on top of that too, but I'm such a slow reader that I just can't get to it in time most of the time. But it is on the contrary, it is nice. So I can usually just binge read a series. I never really have to wait.
True.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I'm kind of like
2021.
I'm kind of like on a book buying ban because I just need to be. I reorganized my bookshelves today and I counted my physical TBR and it's worrisome. So I just, need.
Aren't you having those problems?
I just don't do that anymore.
Me neither. I think I have over 300 unread books.
If you want to know, I have 335.
I see. Don't feel too
on
bad.
Scribd alone, I have like 500. So
yeah, but it's like I want to read more of them, but I just keep buying them and not reading them because, like, for basically the entirety of last year, I was in a reading slump. So that's kind of problematic. And I'm like kind of out of it, but not entirely. So it's like very easy to slip back in it, and that's also why I'm just DNFing Jade War for now because that'll just push me back into it.
Like so I'm usually making up excuses for myself, like, oh, but this one's got a pretty cover. I need it now because it will be out of stock later, and I won't be able to get it anymore.
Yeah.
And then I pre-order it and purchase it, and then I get it. But then I'm reading another book in the meantime, so I'm putting it off, and then I kind of forget about it, so to speak, and then I never get back to it, and that's how it starts piling up.
Yeah, and that's when the meme happens from Titanic. Like, it's been 84 years.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, yeah, I kind of just I don't want to do like a full book buying ban because I know that just wouldn't work for me. But I kind of want to do like maybe like read 5 books and then allow myself to buy 1.
Yeah.
Something like that.
I'm only pre-ordering like the Dutch books at the moment, like the exclusive editions, just because the English ones are so expensive. If you go to Fairy Loot and everything, or at least I consider it expensive.
Oh yeah, they're expensive.
And I'm like, yeah, just give me like the pretty editions in Dutch then for like 20 euros just to have them as a collector's item, and then read them like in English on like my e-reader or somewhere for a lot cheaper.
Like the special editions are an exception for me because I have a lot of like series that I have started. I have the first books in special edition, so I do want those to match.
Yeah.
So like I will allow myself to buy those.
Yeah, exactly. I also did that with the Devabat trilogy. Like the first one in Dutch got released, and it's so pretty.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I just pre-ordered the second one, like the sequel.
Yeah.
Even though
I mean-
it's only releasing in September, but I just had to have it.
Yeah, but like for most websites, like you won't be paying for it until September. So
Yeah, true.
I feel like
I
it's
order it
okay
through a website. I pay for it now, and for some reason, it hurts me less because I forgot I paid for it. So it feels like a gift to myself months
I mean,
later.
yeah, that also works. I have that with like the Fairy Loot series. I just got the Diviners special edition hardback set, and I mean,
Oh, those
that
are
one,
pretty.
yeah, it cost like an arm and a leg. I think with like the exchange rate and everything, it was like 150 euros or something.
Yeah, that's insane.
For 4
See,
books?
Yeah, 4 books, but it was like way back, so I don't remember actually spending that money, so it's fine.
It didn't exist. It was fake money.
Yeah, exactly.
doesn't exist anymore.
Fake.
Like, Lauren, have you seen the Dutch version of the David trilogy?
I have, and I'm really annoyed because I don't speak Dutch.
You can collect them anyway.
I know,
looks
but I'm trying not to have duplicates because I've got to move at some point.
Yeah, on that
And-
note, I'm selling like basically all my duplicates.
Send us a list. Send us a list.
They're expensive though.
Let's see if we can get some more.
Well, maybe we can be picky about the ones we want.
I'm trying not to look so pale, but I blinded myself instead.
I gave up on that.
I mean,
I'm sat in the dark, so it literally doesn't work.
I have my ring light on at the lowest setting, so I mean, I could go way brighter than that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I just did, and I was like, no, please don't.
I could go
I just
blue.
got the light on behind me, but the annoying thing is...
Yeah, you got different settings too.
But let's do it like this, because I feel like this is best, because my laptop camera decides to go like, nope.
Nope.
I can't see you anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, I still need to read so many popular books, but I just never get to them. Because I'm always so easily distracted.
Like, I bought 9 different editions of Empire of the Vampire, and I haven't read it yet.
9?
You need to read that book.
And I'm selling
You need to read that book.
But 9? Why 9? I get why you get duplicates, or maybe even free
because I wanted them all. So I just tried to get them
I get
all.
that.
And then, random people started doing like exclusive sprayed edge editions that sold out in like 2.5 minutes. So I was like, well, now I have no hope of ever completing my set.
Yeah. That's
I was a bit
one of the
stressed
other reasons
because
why I'm not spending like a zillion euros on English exclusive editions, because usually you can't get a hold of them anymore.
yeah, I'm
Like
usually
the English
on time.
David trilogy from the UK hardbacks, they're a pain to get. Like, I just got the final book in hardback, but the others I can't find them anymore. So I'm like, okay,
Yeah,
the
they're
first
out
one
of
is
print.
in paperback. Yeah, the first ones I got in paperback, and it's bugging me so much. I just got the final one in hardback, and it's not even.
I
an
mean,
exclusive
I have the
edition. I'm
same.
just like, okay, let's collect the special editions in Dutch, because I know I can get them.
I purchased the first one, like the City of Brass, literally the month it came out. So I have like the exclusive first edition, first printing hardback, which has like the end papers. But like my issue is I have the second and third one in the Goldsboro editions, and I also kind of want the first one in the Goldsboro edition. But that's like costs, an arm, 2 legs, a kidney, and your spleen.
Like 200 to 300, maybe more.
5 to 6 ish.
Yeah, maybe more.
Yeah.
And it's like, on the one hand, I'd probably spend it to have the series complete, but on the other hand, it's so much money, so maybe not.
Yeah, like imagine how many books you can buy with that. Like, you can redo your entire library.
I booked my holiday, which is also very expensive, so I need to cut back on buying books. So that's what I'm trying with this, beating the backlog.
What's the most girls would spend on a book? On a single book? You would spend?
It kind of depends on the book. I have like the exclusive. Let me get it because it is right here. Okay, just a second. This is not going as smoothly as I'd hoped. So I have this edition of The Song Rising by Samantha Shannon.
That's a pretty one.
Yeah, and it's super rare. So I paid I think 120 for this one.
Oh yeah, that's a lot.
It's not in the best condition. Like, I'm not sure you can see, but there's like air.
Yeah, it's slightly.
So it's
Yeah.
not in the best condition. So if I would have wanted it in better condition, I would have, had to spend more. But there's like for like the Bone season, they published it with the original covers first, and then halfway through they decided to change the covers.
Yeah.
And then they released this one as an exclusive to match the original covers. And then for the fourth book, they changed it back to the original style. So, like, this is the only one. Yeah, it's a mess. But this one is really difficult to get hold of.
Okay.
Like, that one. But, like, most of the exclusives I have, I buy them at the source.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
I
it's
get that.
expensive, but it's like, retail price. It's not.
Yeah, like most of a regular book I pay is like 30 to 40 euros. Like
Yeah.
for a regular book at most. And then it's like a 10th year anniversary edition or something. Nothing extremely exclusive. But on a regular basis, in between 15 to 25 euros a piece for a hardback.
Yeah.
I think is the
like
average.
I said, it would depend on the book. Like for regular books, without any special features, like depends on if it's a paperback or if it's a hardback, but like anywhere between like 10, 20 euros, 25 maybe. But like exclusive editions, depends on the edition.
I mean, I think this is my most expensive book. It's like 45 euros, but I got it at discount. It's like massive, and it has all the way through. They put fan art, like so you get random pages. I can't figure this camera out. So yeah, but I think that's my most expensive one.
Mine would be, I think, an edition of The Hobbit, but it's like exclusive, also with like the audio of Tolkien himself talking about it and stuff like that. So it's got a lot of extras on it. But besides that, I think it's my Lord of Rings edition, like with Alan Lee's cover. I don't know if you girls know that one.
Probably if I see it, I know which
one. I have The Hobbit by Alan, illustrated by Alan Lee.
I've seen that one
I don't
today at a second-hand shop, and I was so doubting to get it because it was like still
I have
25 euros.
had this for like 15 years, and I still haven't read it.
Oh yeah, I know which editions you mean, Naomi.
Yeah, it's like a mountainy look.
Yeah.
I've not seen them ones. I've seen The Hobbit, but not the Lord of the Rings.
Oh, they got so many editions, like it's crazy.
Yeah,
maybe
I have like
find it.
The very cheap small black no, not even hardbacks, paperbacks. Wow, sorry.
They're not the leather ones, are they? That like the really small ones in a box, are they?
No, these are like fully illustrated covers.
Oh, okay.
Like it's a shitty picture, but that's the cover of Tolkien's Lord of Rings that I've got. That's most expensive that I've got. It's like with the mountainy illustrated one.
Oh, that's really pretty.
It was like 40, 45. So yeah, but that's only because Lord of Rings is a lifesaver for me. So yeah, it's the only one book series I'm making an exclusive
I mean, if it makes you happy to buy that, I mean, spend all the money you want. Like,
yep.
I really want like the leather-bound books of Tolkien, but they're like almost 100 euros a piece, and I just can't afford that.
Yeah,
that's like crazy. They're like these rare leather-bounds.
Yeah,
so expensive. Especially now that I'm moving in the summer after buying a house, it's like, I really need to watch my money. I can't be buying books of 100 euros a piece anymore.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, I'm not moving. I'm going on a very expensive holiday in September, so I just, need to save up for that. So
yeah, where are you going?
Costa Rica.
Oh, that's nice. Will you be vlogging it or just completely zone off from the internet?
No, I'll probably be vlogging. I don't know if you've seen my South Africa vlog.
Not yet. I know what I'll be doing after the spring.
It's one of my favorite vlogs on the channel.
Thank you. It'll probably it's not going to be a lot of me talking, but lots of
Sceneries.
sphere building.
Mm.
Yeah, scenery.
It's a lot
Yeah.
of B-roll and stuff, and it's very pretty.
It's very little of me talking because I don't know. It's weird.
But it's like
Especially-
you can visit as well, so it's cool. I appreciate it.
You're taking us along.
Yeah,
On
so
camera.
probably something like that. And on that, I'm also looking at a new lens for my DSLR camera. Because I'm we're
More
going
expensive as well.
animal spawning, and so I want a good zoom lens with good zooming capacities, but that shit's expensive. So I was on the Nikon website, and I was just looking at oh, this one seems good for what I want to do. It was 22,000 euros, and I'm like, nope.
Nope.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Maybe I don't need this. No.
Hence why I'm still stuck to my phone to do everything.
Yeah, I mean, I
Me
have
too.
a basic Nikon DSLR, the D3300 with the two standard lenses that come with it.
Yeah.
And that was I think 700 for the set, so that's
That's okay. That's fair. That's a fair price.
Yeah, it's good value, but if you zoom lenses are so expensive. The one I'm looking at now, it's a Sigma, so that's a B brand if you want to be technical about it, and that's 1,000 euros.
Jeez.
But
That's still really expensive.
Yeah, but that's cheap. For the lens you're getting, it's cheap, So
Oh boy.
yeah, it's if I'm in the middle of the jungle, I don't have the ability to just walk up to the monkey and just say stay there because you have, I have to be this close to take your photo.
Stay still, I need a picture.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
don't move. I need the perfect shot.
Exactly. So I just need, I don't need technically, I want a good lens.
It makes sense.
To be able to do that, but they're so expensive. But
yeah, I get that.
And heavy. Just that thing, that lens is this big. It's nearly 30 centimeters. And it's 2 kilos. So
around your neck. Or
the camera I have now with my regular lenses, if you have it attached, it's 600 or 700 grams. And with that lens, it would be 2.5 kilos. Just the lens is 2 kilos.
Damn.
It's crazy.
So
I still use my phone for everything, but I don't like photography.
I think I'll make plans to visit a physiotherapist after your trip to Costa Rica.
Yeah, maybe beforehand, just to get hand strengthening exercises.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but it's and also I hope I'll be able to go dive with whale sharks there because it's a possibility there, but I just need to research because I'm not sure if you need a diving license or anything, or if you can just, go down that. I don't know how that works.
Maybe with a guide or someone or something
Yeah, I don't know how it works. Maybe if you get a short course, maybe you can go then. I'm not sure, so that'll take some research. But for that, I also want a GoPro because my Nikon is not waterproof.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that wouldn't work, unfortunately.
You could try, but it would be expensive.
Yeah, and I mean, my phone is supposedly waterproof up to a certain depth, but I don't trust. It's an iPhone, so I don't trust it to actually be waterproof.
I had that with my Koba Libra,
yeah,
my e-reader, and it took swimming lessons in my bag once when I went to my internship, and my bottle of water got open somehow, and I took some swimming lessons, and it survived. Miraculously, it survived. Then I went on holiday and left it for some reason on the floor, and our tent collapsed, full of water, and it survived. And then my sister's best friend accidentally threw a bottle of Coke over my e-reader, and then it died. I was like, it's the cola. It's the Coca-Cola that ruined my e-reader.
They can't handle the sugar.
No. And I was like, you did well, Biddy. You only lived for a year, but you did well regarding the circumstances.
You did your best. You survived quite a few things. You did well.
Indeed.
It's like
But
I
now
have
I'm
the
like,
iPhone.
yeah, I'm not gonna test it anymore.
I have the iPhone 12 Pro, and it's supposedly like, waterproof until a depth of like 3 meters or something for an hour. But I don't trust it.
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
it's also like there's also like the type of water and things. So yeah,
yeah,
it's
I'm pretty
it's
sure
very
it won't do
specific.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
it won't do very well in salt. So, but
But doesn't it have any insert points? The iPhone.
Sorry, what does it have?
Any insert points? Like where you insert a charger or headphones or anything.
Yeah, but still, it's supposed to be like waterproof up to like a depth of 3 meters for an hour or
But
so.
it can't be healthy. It just can't be
No,
healthy for your phone to take swimming lessons.
No, but I think that's a different. But that's why I don't trust it. I don't trust
Yeah, I
apples to
wouldn't
be
either.
waterproof.
Sorry, the cat wanted to come in, so he just kept meowing at the door, which is usually the way they come in.
Is it
Yeah.
blue or is
They
it?
are the disturber of
No,
peace.
I don't have
No
Blue
way.
anymore.
Oh no!
I don't have him anymore. He's yeah, I haven't seen him in 7 months.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, I'm living with it. Living with it. It's fine.
But it's still sad.
Everything's
Yeah,
fine.
it's just sad.
Everything is fine.
With a glass of wine.
But yeah, no, I'm because I'm at my mum's. She has 4 cats and 2 dogs, so they kick around the house quite a bit.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like we've got 2 dachshunds, like the sausage dogs, and 2 cats, 2 bunnies, and yeah, they keep the house alive, to say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a single dog, a boxer, and 2 birds, and it's just always something.
Yeah, it's never
Yeah,
quiet.
but Dex is the best. Like
Yeah, Dex
Dex
is
is just funny.
best.
So
That's the boxer, right?
Yeah.
I should.
Like,
watch
I just
his
know it's
vlog.
Dex because every time I see his face, I go Dex, and that's it.
Focus.
Oh, how cute!
I took this today. I had him focus. I had like the ball right on top of the phone, and he was like, "Ball."
Watch this.
Watch this.
Look at
Good
this.
shot. Go for it.
Yeah, and this was earlier this week. I mean, he was just working on his tan.
That's how the dachshunds are always sleeping, but then with the hind legs open, like on full display.
But he's so cute.
Oh yeah, ours does that too very often. This was just one of the slightly more composed poses.
Yeah, a little more decent.
Today I'm going to be tame.
Yeah.
Exactly. I wish I could get a 10 so easily. Like, I'm just pale, like vampire pale, or like lobster red. There's like no
I'm just very pale, and then I tend to burn, and then it'll usually, go brown, like tan.
Oh yeah, no.
It will
Back
usually
to white.
shift to tan, but yeah, not always.
I go white, red, white.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, for me, there's like this short while of tan, but that's like 3 weeks, and then I'll be white again.
I used to tan,
I
but
burn up until blistering. Like blisters are coming up.
Oh damn.
Then I can keep my tan for like a little bit. Otherwise, I go back to white. So
no,
yeah,
like for me, if I don't burn too badly, like if it's just a bit, a bit sensitive, like not actual like full on sunburn, then it'll shift to tan. But if I'm like fully sunburned, it'll not shift to tan. It'll shift to painful and back to white.
With me, like I don't know what the weather is in the Netherlands or anything, but or anywhere else, but here it's like 20 degrees today ish. And I went outside and I had to be careful or I'll get sunburned.
It's like I'm way up north in the Netherlands, so it's usually a bit colder here. So it was like 15, I think, but it was very nice actually. I just planted some baby lettuce, and I just noticed that my raspberries had all these little babies. So it was just it's very cute. There's lots of little baby raspberry plants in the pot now.
I can't do that. I
cute.
kill plants all the time, but I
Me
love
too.
the fact that you have so many plants.
I literally left this thing outside in winter. I didn't water it once.
But I killed a cactus. Like, I don't know how. I
But
don't
like a
know.
cactus is very easy to kill if you give it too much water.
But I didn't.
And sometimes
I
they
didn't
just
give it water.
die. We had this huge cactus. It was like nearly 2 meters and it just died. It started rotting and we don't know why because I literally never watered that thing. So it couldn't
It
have
was
been
sick of
too much
life.
water. So sometimes they just die.
Yeah, like how
Yeah.
Esme does it, I have no idea.
Oh, I have a ton of
Mm.
plants too, but
Like they
I
look
know.
gorgeous in a library with the greeneries and everything, but I'm just here like, yeah, with me they will just look like dead plants. So I'm not gonna do that.
so much of it is having a good environment in your room. Like if your humidity is too low, the plants will die.
Mm.
If you water them too late, your plants will die. It's like
They're like
no, but
babies.
it's like, but
I
for a very large part, like humidity is such an important factor. Like generally, if you have a humidity of about 60 to 70%, most plants will be fine, and they will do well
I
regardless.
love seeing the plants that are like really moody and they'll just start to die because you're not paying attention to them, and then you'll water them and they'll just pop back to life. And I just think you are hilarious, yet you are a plant.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's like I find it so weird because like literally in the wild, those plants will grow up the side of a tree or something, and I'll be like, oh,
Yeah,
this
because no
is
one's there to
nice.
take care of it.
And then here at home, you just give it tap water once,
And
basically,
it's
and
like,
it's
excuse me, tap water? No, I am better than this. I am better than this.
yeah, it's like it's so dramatic,
Yeah.
and I just love how sometimes you just have a plant and you put it in your room. And it just immediately starts to die. Like leaves start dropping off, and then at one point you have a single leaf left, and then at one point it's like the final leaf goes whoop. It's like, well, goodbye, plant.
Yeah, they're like so
And you feel
stubborn and sassy in a way.
Yeah,
but you can like feel the panic set in when they're moved, and like I'll see it like on videos and things, and they'll be super happy, and you'll just move them for the aesthetic, and you'll see like the plants will go, no,
They're getting like all
it's not gonna work.
depressed and they die. It's
yeah,
like they're withering away.
yep.
Even though it looks prettier to us. For them
Yeah,
to
I
be
mean,
that.
I had one of the plants. I had it like too far out of the sun, and I accidentally gave it too much water once, and it just completely died. And I had like 4 strands left, so I just decided to propagate those. And now I just put them in the windowsill, so they have like a full day of sun, and they're fine. They're like those 4 strands have grown into like 4 pots full, like full pots of plants, and it's like I'm literally not doing anything. I just put you in a different windowsill. I stopped watering you, and now you're growing.
But it's better. They like it better.
Yeah, but it's like, like it's so stupid because like, oh, it's a houseplant. Yeah, but it's very important where you place the houseplant and what the environment in your room is.
Well, apparently it sucks here. Or they wouldn't keep on dying.
Yeah.
I might have to try in the other house.
Yeah, it's like
Give it another shot.
in my bedroom they won't survive because it's too cold because I always have the window open and I technically have heating here, but there's a bookcase situated over the heater. So it's like I don't have heating in here basically. So it's just generally too cold, and especially in winter there's just not enough light.
Mm.
So I just moved everything downstairs to my mom's great pleasure.
I'm sure she loves it.
But yeah. Anyways, help me pick a book, you guys.
What are you currently reading? Like, what are you in the middle of? I know you DNF'd Jade Legacy or Jade Wall, but
kind of in the middle of like 7 books, and I'm not wanting to read any.
This is one of them.
Yeah,
This is
we're
one
doing
of them.
we're doing something else. Name.
I get why you don't want to read The Witcher. I didn't like the series, and I have no interest in the books. It's like just not for me.
I kind of
So
like this series.
I'm voting against The Witcher.
But I'm just struggling through the short stories because I'm very curious for the actual novels, what they're like and how they will evolve. And I honestly hope I will get through them because I still want to get like a Witcher-a-thon together. I want to put it together still by the end of the year. But then I need a thorough understanding of the books and the world to be able to do that. So I'm like, yeah, I need to struggle through these books, whether I like to or not.
For me, like the main interest in the series I have is basically Henry Cavill. I mean,
Oh yeah,
let's be honest.
Mm.
I mean, I think most people's interest is either him or I can't remember who plays the woman, but her. You know I don't like her, but
Is it
yeah.
Anya Chalotra or something like that?
Anya Chalotra.
The one that I watched the whole first season and I understood nothing because by the end of it I only just realized that there were 2 timelines and my brain was too slow.
They're free. Don't get mind
I
fucked.
mean,
They're free.
I watched the whole first season and I was like, I have no clue what I just watched, but I watched it.
No,
and then I was like, hold on a minute, but they're not on the same time frame? Wait, what?
I was so confused because it's like it's not linear, and I was like, didn't this person just die last episode? I'm like, what?
Exactly.
And
I'm like, but they're together, but they're not.
Mm-hmm.
What?
It made no sense. It made no sense to me, and by the end, I was just so annoyed that I'd spent so much time watching it that I was like, I give up.
Like also, if you compare it to season 2, I don't know. Have you watched season 2? Any of you?
I'm like in the middle.
No, I not watched it.
Yeah, you've got like the first episode of the second season. It's a short story in the first book.
Yeah,
and I loved that episode so much. I was like, wait, but this is in the Lost Witch. What is it doing? Like I mostly got mindfucked that like the first 2 books are completely swapped through the first season, because so far I don't see any similarities between book 2 and season 2 yet.
I don't know. I'm at episode 4 and I'm on short story 2. So
yeah, I'm on short story 3 and I finished it. The series.
Yeah, it's like because like the first short story in the second book is actually an episode in the first season.
Yeah.
So they've made it way more confusing.
It's confusing me and I'm not reading it or watching it.
Yeah.
I get that.
But anyway, pick a number between 1 and 27. Preferably not like 27, because then it requires me getting out of my chair, because that's like damn.
Can I say 27 just because you told me not to?
Yeah, you could.
I'm gonna go with 17.
Well, my favorite number is 3, so maybe you go by 20.
Ooh.
No, I'll just pick a book from each shelf.
Okay.
Because like I have 27 like shelves, like not bookcases, but like, you know, single shelves.
Bookcases, imagine.
No, not
27 bookcases. That'd be a lot.
Technically, I have 6 bookcases, but like 3 full-size, tall, full wide billies, and 2 tall, narrow billies, and 1 short, wide billy. So, 17 and 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3 is way up there. Give me a I need a step. I'm not tall enough for this.
I know that feeling.
Stand up. Yeah,
I'm just going to stand on my chair and hope it doesn't die.
I'm still thinking about what color billy bookshelves am I going to get for the new house.
Okay, am I doing
this wooden thing?
Am I doing adult, young adult, or middle grade?
Adult.
Well, that considerably narrows down the options, because that leaves me like exactly 1 book.
See, we're making it easy for her.
That was easy.
And 17, let me see. That's 4, 8, 12, 16. 17 is down there.
You're making her exercise, Lauren. Like, go all the way up.
I know. I'm a terrible person. Have you read any new favorites this year? Either of you?
Yeah, I had one, which was The Poppy War. I absolutely loved the first book. I'm still reading the second one. I'm like a month
I
behind.
haven't started the second one.
Okay, so
Yeah, I was
same
telling
question. Am I doing adult, middle grade, or young adult?
new adult.
I don't have new adult.
Let's go with young adult then. Let's do an in-between.
Like, yeah, the Poppy War. I was joining like the read along through the comments, and like I was
Okay.
starting the second one, the Dragon Republic, and I just couldn't finish it. Life was too hectic and too crazy. I couldn't finish it, but I'm still really enjoying it. It's a lot slower. For me at least, than the Poppy War. And through my window, I'm a sucker for the movie and the book. So yeah.
Do you
Isn't
have
it
any new
great book?
favorites, Femke?
I'll need
Oh.
to check Goodreads because I legit don't remember what I read this year.
Well, I wouldn't.
I
consider
haven't
the
read
movie
or
that.
seen Through the Window.
Like the book. Like, have you watched the movie?
No.
No. Well, there's this problematic character that the main character stalks, literally. And I really like the character development in the book that you don't see as clearly in the movie. And that's the only thing redeeming the book, besides it giving this addictiveness to it. Like, I just wanted to keep on reading even though it was trash. You know, like literally.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
So, like, wait, what are we talking about?
Through my
Do you have a
window.
favorite book this year?
No,
Yeah.
about which movie we were talking about.
Oh,
Through my
through the
window.
window.
I don't know that. Yeah, so I read
Isn't it
like
Kristen Bell?
What?
I'm
Isn't
like
it Kristen
literally
Bell
just
that plays in
watching
it?
Prison Break
Oh, it's a
and The
Spanish
Walking
movie.
Dead, so I'm way behind on everything. I'm like, a decade behind everything.
I am on season 5 or so with The Walking Dead, like 2 or 3 years ago, and I never continue.
Yeah, I'm
So
like
you're
on
not the only
season
one.
3, I think.
Like, I hardly remember anything, like just flashes of what happens.
Yeah, so I read like The Wayward Children 4, 5, 6. I really like those.
Oh, I haven't read them yet.
Like it's I read Legendborn, which I really, really liked.
It's still my TBR. One amongst
It's
many.
on mine too.
I'm writing my thesis about it, so
Then you better read it.
yeah. And I did not write. I read a couple of middle grades that I actually really like because I don't know, it's because I feel like difficult books are just not the right headspace for me right now, so I just tend to go for middle grades because they're just, quick, fun and easy. So I really liked Brightstorm.
I didn't like that one.
You didn't?
No, I DNF'd that one.
Why? I had so much fun.
I didn't like it. I really didn't. I couldn't get into it. It's about twins on a
it's
like their
basically
father goes missing or something.
Yeah, they're twins and their father is an explorer, and their father goes missing on the the last exploration basically they were on, and then the rival explorers basically defame him. Which means that the twins are put out of their parental house and all that stuff. And then they the twins go on a new exploration to the same spot, in hopes of finding their dad and all that. And I don't know, I had so much fun reading that one.
I really didn't like it.
I haven't read it yet, but it reminds me of Winnie the Pooh. Like, where they're going to try and find the North Pole again.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of looking for
that.
the North Pole. They're looking for the coldest part. No, wait, that was the Polar Bear Explorers Club. I'm confusing the two books, but they're looking for
that was the Polar Bear Explorers Club.
But I really like that one as well.
I like the Polar Bear Explorers Club, but Brightstorm I don't know. It didn't work for me. I got really bored.
I mean that's fine.
I got to where they were on the boat and they'd actually managed to start going, and then something happened.
Road, it's an airship.
It's like a flying boat thing. Like, I just picture this boat, but with wings. So in my mind, it's a boat.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that.
I can't picture things the way they're described. Like, if I read a book, it'll tell me that this person has long red hair and blue eyes, and I don't care. My character has dark black hair and black eyes. It doesn't work. I just imagine whatever I want.
Yeah.
The only way that actually does work for me, the descriptions, is when I've, for some reason, watched the movie before I read the book.
Yes, because you
I'm
can picture like
envisioning
the
the
characters
actors.
and the things. Yep.
Yeah. But besides
But, like-
that, I'm just like also in The Witcher now, like when reading the books, okay, yeah, it's Anya is Jan. Henry Cavill is Geralt. Like I'm envisioning them like that for some reason.
But like, especially abstract things, like I'm rereading The Bone Shard Daughter, and I had the same problem the first time around. They have these things called concepts, and basically it's these creations that the Emperor can make, and they're things that he can make from other things. So like there is this human-sized spider, but instead of feet, it has human hands, and on its abdomen, it has a human face. And my brain cannot picture it. I like it. It doesn't work. It's very strange, but like,
I can imagine it up until the hands. And
yeah,
even
but
then I'm kind of
because it's
envisioning
not
some
even
weird
technically a
hairy-
spider. It just looks like one. But yeah, it don't work.
Now I'm actually envisioning a monkey with 6 legs
See, it doesn't
and some
work.
eyes in the belly.
What books
get
did you get from our numbers?
Sorry. So shelf 3 is Absinthe by Brendan Belcourt. I don't want to say it the French way. I have no idea. It just says Chicago 1928, A Brave New World, See Beyond the Illusion. That's all it says. I got this in the Goldsboro subscription. This was December's pick.
I was gonna say it's got sprayed edges.
Yes, it's got pretty sprayed edges.
It
Ooh,
has
yeah.
got pretty sprayed edges.
And then the other one I got from shelf 17 was The Prison Healer by Lynette Noni. I know Esme loved this one, and by the looks of it, Laura did too.
No, I was gonna say that's one of Esme's favorites, so I added it to my TBR.
It's
Yeah.
meant to be.
I mean, this also has sprayed edges.
Let's
has
make
very
Esme
pretty
happy.
sprayed edges.
I read that
Let's
book.
make Esme happy. She'd be very happy. Mind you,
Yeah.
she'd be happier if we read like Wrath and the
Our
Dawn.
favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
like,
There we
still
go.
need to read that one.
yeah, so like
Honestly,
that's
I put it off for so long, but I loved it.
because it like that's kind of a problem because I had like 3 subscriptions all through last year, and I don't think I read a single. No, I read a single book, literally a single book out of like 36 books. So like,
Why don't you do like a themed reading vlog for it and try and get through some
I could
if you're
it's
feeling
just-
up for it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just a bit overwhelmed at the moment. I'm working 30 hours a week and writing a thesis
Yeah.
and, trying to balance
Makes sense.
BookTube on top of that as well. So it's just, I'm trying to get my life back in order, but most of all, I'm just trying to get, done with my master's degree. So I'm just, done with that.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
So like, I'd love to, but I just don't know if I have like the energy and mental capacity for that right now.
Yeah, like right now I've got the same thing, but in a different way. Like I started working full time from Valentine's Day, and I'm still have no idea how to calculate my spare time when it comes to reading, because I
Yeah.
work like 8 days in a row, full time, like 8 to 9 hour shifts, and then
You're
I've got
a
like 1 day
nurse,
off.
right?
Yeah. And I've got
Yeah.
like 1 day off, and then I work 2 more days, and then I've got 3 days off. Like this weekend is my weekend off, and then I start working 8 days again. So it's really difficult to calculate how much can I read
Yeah.
in
No, I
that
get
one week.
Yeah.
Because sometimes
it's
when it's
not
so hectic,
consistent.
you've got such a headache because you need to be focused. You're active while running around, trying to get everything done in time. and I get home like, yeah, I don't feel like reading right now. My head is already about to explode, and yet you need to be able to finish your books in time in order to follow up with the read-along. So
Yeah.
it's really
Yeah,
difficult to
like that's
calculate
why I just said like now, like no, I'm just basically stopping everything I was doing. Because I was doing like 5 different read-alongs and 3 readathons and everything, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do this because it's just putting too much stress on me. In addition to, well, I'm not working full-time, but I'm working 30 hours in addition to writing a thesis, which takes up like
I mean,
about
that's more than full time.
yeah, because the thesis is like 25 to 30 hours a week, so I'm doing 60-hour weeks right now. So
Yeah,
you
that's
know, it
crazy.
was just too much, and I just was like, no, this is it. Like, stop, no more, done.
That's why I'm doing audiobooks when I'm commuting by bike to work, just to still be reading without pressuring myself once I get home.
Yeah, like for me, I drive to work, but I generally take someone with me. So, you know, listening to audiobooks is not, I mean, we could technically, but I'm guessing they'll be very confused.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
I can imagine that.
Makes sense.
So,
Mind you, I randomly share pieces of audiobooks with my family. Like, whilst I was listening to Akamath at some point, Cassian, like the narrators aren't that good, I don't think, for what it is. But like, at one point they're just talking, and I was like, I have to make you listen to this. Like, you're not going to understand a word of what's about to be said, but listen to this. And it's basically monotone the entire way through, and then it just goes, shit, Cassian said. And I had to laugh because it's the way she like puts this voice on and she goes, shit, but like in a really deep voice, but she doesn't have a deep voice. And I just sat there and I was like, I have to get you to listen just to this swear word right here so you can understand.
That's something I'm struggling with. Like, I'm not a very audiobook type of person, so when I find them, I'm like, yeah, they need to be my cup of tea to even get through them. Or I'm specifically looking for short ones. But even through script, there are so many monotone ones. Like, speed it up to keep me like my attention spans are like so
my
low.
Thesis, because I have like I'm writing on King Arthur, so I had to read the entire chunky thing that is King Arthur. And I just did that with the audiobook just to keep me focused, basically. And it was just, you know, like the LibriVox recording on YouTube, and those are always so monotone.
Yeah. There is one very good one on YouTube, or there used to be one for The Lord of Rings. Like with the background music and everything.
Yes.
Like very soft. That one is really good.
I listened to that one. It was great.
It was great, and I also really love, like, for The Lord of Rings and The Hobbit then. Laura, maybe that's one for you. I don't know if you've watched the movies.
Oh, I watched
the first film of The Lord of the Rings, and that's it.
Because Andy Serkis, who portrays Gollum, or Smeagol, is actually reading The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and it's absolutely brilliant because when he portrays his actual character, he speaks in the voice he uses in the film. And that's just brilliant.
Oh, that sounds really cool. That awesome. Sounds really cool.
That's really, and like it's everything but monotone, really. Like those are 2 audiobooks I can really recommend.
Some of them are really monotone, like
Andy
even
Serkis
Audible.
has such a nice voice to listen to, though.
Who?
Andy Serkis, like the actor who plays Gollum. Like I just love his voice.
It's also funny, like. In The Hobbit, you've got this scene with the trolls. You see that in the first Lord of the Rings film as well. When right after Frodo gets stabbed by the Morgul blade, then Sam is mentioning, "Look up, Frodo! Huh? It's Mr. Bilbo's trolls." And in the Hobbit book, Andy Serkis, when he reads that, he really turns into those trolls, and it's so funny.
Yeah.
Like, it's hilarious. Like, also, there's a game of riddles. Like, it's known among hobbits that they love riddles and riddle games. And when Andy Serkis is doing that with Smeagol, it's just brilliant. With Bilbo, it's just brilliant. Like
in The Hobbit.
I love those bits. Yeah.
Like the scene in The Hobbit. Yeah.
Yeah. In the book, it's also brilliant. In the audiobook. It's amazing. because that's actually an unpopular opinion. I honestly believed the Hobbit movies, in a way, are better than the book. I don't know if it happened with some of you that you had happened that before.
Okay, so for me, it's a bit weird. I watched the first Hobbit movie before I ever watched The Lord of the Rings or read the books or anything.
That's maybe a good thing.
And I really liked them. Like, I personally do think the final Hobbit movie is like too drawn out.
Yeah. And that's actually the thing where I think the movie is better than the book, because yeah, I don't think you can spoil a book after almost 100 years after it getting published.
Oh no.
But in the book, no, in the movie, you've got this entire battle in the final movie.
Yeah, in the book it's like
In
4
the book,
pages
he
or
just gets
something.
knocked out, and he wakes up again, and the war is over. So you don't see anything that happens in the book.
Yeah, no, I don't mean it in that way, but just
And that is
like,
such a redeeming point for me for the films.
yeah, no, I like that they
comparison
spend
to
a
the
lot
book.
more time on that than in the books, but I like regardless, I do think it's like too drawn out.
Yeah, maybe
Like,
a little bit.
I get that. I love that we have, you know, basically the entire battle and everything, but at one point I was like, yeah, okay, just get it over with now, you know, like, come on.
Yeah.
In that feeling. And because like they're long-winded movies, like especially like Lord of the Rings, they're a lot more slow-paced than The Hobbit.
I
The Hobbit is
marathoned them
more...
with the movies. So yeah, I know they're long.
Yeah. My ex-boyfriend and I, we did a marathon once, and we watched all the extended editions of The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, like all of them back to back.
Well, I've never done that before. I really want to, but I've never done that before.
It was exhausting. It's like
That sounds both terrifying and amazing. But
it takes almost 24 hours. Like the original trilogy is like 12, and The Hobbit is a bit less, but like we accounted for, you know, dinner breaks and bathroom breaks. And so it like you should probably take about like 24 hours and start with Lord of the Rings because they are more slow paced. So you're less likely to fall asleep.
I've done that with the Harry Potter movies a few times.
Yeah.
And it's so tiring yet so rewarding in a way. Like if you watch them back to back, like literally, I don't know why, but you feel like you've grown up into those, like, how many hours is it? 17 or 18 hours. You feel like you've grown up from like 11-year-old to a 17-year-old. And it's so much more heart-wrenching when you see the train go away back to Hogwarts, because you're like, my babies grew up. Like, it's a completely different experience compared to watching them individually.
My brain doesn't concentrate for long enough to be able to do any of that. It'll just be like, okay, that's it, an hour in, okay, butterfly, woo, and I'll just go. My brain will just go away, and then I'll be like, hold on, it's all over? I've been sat here for 20 hours? What?
Yeah, I was so confused the other day because they were airing the movies on TV, but apparently there's like extended editions or something with like extra scenes. And I was so confused because I was just watching and I was like, I've never
seen this before.
In my life, and I've watched this movie 20 times. Like, what is happening?
Yeah.
But I just have the regular editions, and apparently there's also extended editions.
Yep.
That is crazy.
But that's only for like the first 3, I think, right? 2 or 3.
Yeah, the first 2 have got a lot of like extra scenes. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also the other movies also have that, but they haven't included that in the DVDs or anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like one of my favorites.
I didn't know there were extended versions, but
like one of my favorite deleted
I'm quite confused.
Film.
Yeah, but like imagine just watching them, you know, I can just, you know, talk along to the entire movie. I know the entire script by heart. And I was just, you know, and I was like, this scene isn't supposed to be here. What's this?
I mean, I see a lot of the audios of this films on TikTok but the one that gets me the most is the chess scene with Ron, Hermione, and Harry. And it's hilarious. I don't know if you've seen the cosplays of it where they're playing, like, there are TikTokers that actually do all three parts, and it's absolutely hilarious.
I haven't
It's
watched it
just
yet.
the best. There's like so basically they'll start off and they'll be dressed up as Ron and they'll go, "Do you want to get this stone or not?" And they'll actually go into character and everything and they go, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Oh my god." And they go, "He's going to sacrifice himself." And I'm like, "How are you putting so much energy into this?"
Yeah.
Like, it's hilarious.
One of my favorite deleted scenes, actually from the fourth film, and it's just a funny one. It's like at the Jewel Ball, Snape is actually walking around the courtyard, and there's this carriage from Beauxbatons, and he actually busts couples there hooking up, and then he slams the door back, like he closes the door again. He's like, "Okay," and he walks off again. It's like so funny. It's a deleted scene. They didn't include it in the movies, but it was so funny. I thought
I
it
feel
was
like I'm on
hilarious.
another dimension right now. Ooh, I have never heard of this before.
Like, it was crazy.
I've never heard of that before.
Like, you don't see anything spectacular or something. You can see him walking to the carriage. He opens it, he closes it, and he knocks against it, and then he walks off again, like in a typical Snape manner. That he's like, yeah, whatever.
I've never heard of that before. Like, I'm thoroughly
There's
confused
so
now.
many deleted scenes I'm missing out on.
I know, but like at the same time, I appreciate the story for what it was and for what it was when I was a kid. Like, there are so many stories I want to see on film now, and I'm kind of pissed about it
Yeah.
because
Or as
they're
in
never gonna come
TV
out.
series. Like I had this
Even a
discussion with
TV
Esme
series.
in private messages about the Poppy War. I think that would make such a brilliant TV series. It's too detailed and too intense for it to be a movie. That I really would love to see it in like a Game of Thrones-esque TV
Yep.
show.
I think it would be awfully painful,
To
but at
watch
the same
times, yeah.
time,
Brilliant.
at the same time, it'd be brilliant. But it has to be well done. Like,
Yeah.
if there's not a budget behind it, it's not gonna.
It's gonna be trash, unfortunately.
It'll disappoint. I mean, Akatar is being adapted, I think. Like, I
Is
saw
it?
Hulu's got the rights for it, I think, and everybody is talking about it. But like, there's been talk of a series, and I'm kind of like confused because I'd love to see it. Like, I reread it all the time, but at the same time, I don't want to see it.
Yeah, like you don't want to get your loved stories like done wrong.
Yeah. I mean, first of all, the characters, they're gonna need to find some good actors because no way are you putting bad actors on these characters. I will not stand for it.
Yeah, in that case, I'm very hesitant towards the Lord of the Rings TV show on Amazon.
I've seen
Like,
talk of it, but I've never. Well, I've not really
it's
seen
like,
the films.
okay, I see these actors, I'm like, no, you're not my Galadriel, you're not my Elrond. Like, what the heck did you do?
Mm.
But I'm like, at the same time, like, yeah, okay, I need to give it a fair chance. I'll watch like an episode and see if I will continue or not.
I mean, it's the same for the Shadow and Bone TV show because, like, I think it was pretty well done. I think it's important that you do, watch it as kind of like a separate entity. Like, don't watch it as an exact rendition of the books because it's not. And I think if you look
so
at it,
can I watch it without being like, without it ruining the books? Because I've been wanting to watch it for like a year now or so, ever since it got released, but I haven't read the books yet.
okay, so the first season is basically the entire plot of the first book, so Shadow and Bone. So
Yeah.
like it will spoil, but it's like it's not an exact rendition. So, for example, in the show, they've incorporated the characters from Six of Crows as well into a different storyline that's not part of the original Shadow and Bone book.
Oh yeah, so it deviates.
Yeah, in that sense, it deviates. Like the broad plot of the season is the same as the first book. So
Yeah.
like it's definitely like major spoilers. So in that sense, I recommend reading the first book, but you know,
It's a different
being
journey with the same outcome.
basically, yeah.
Okay.
But like
I
I
haven't
found
read
it
the
really
books, yeah.
enjoyable, and I thought the actors were really well cast as well. Or well, they played it really well. Like they weren't exactly like true to the book in some senses,
Yeah.
but I didn't mind.
I didn't end
Like-
up watching it because I got scared in like the first episode. Like there's this wall of like darkness, and then there are these
fog.
monsters, and I was like, "That's it, I'm done. Goodbye, good night, see you later." I was like done because we were watching at night, and they just sort of popped up out of nowhere, and I screamed, and I was nearly crying, and I was like, "That's it. I'm never watching this again."
Yeah, I was like surprised at basically how graphic it was. Because it's like at one point
I was
basically
terrified.
someone is basically ripped apart and you just see like the blood splattering everywhere, and I was just it's so stupid, but I wasn't expecting that.
Oh yeah, I can stand
I don't think
that.
anybody
That's
was.
no problem for me. Like I've been watching a lot of graphic movies in that regard and TV shows that I'm kind of used to it.
I just need to be forewarned, like the Poppy War. I was told before reading it that this chapter is traumatizing. So I went into it knowing this chapter is traumatizing. So my brain was like, okay, you can do this. But if I hadn't have known, I would have never touched the book again.
Is it the girls chapter you're on about?
It's when they find that city, you know, when they've just gone to the other city. I can't remember what it's called, but the other one.
Yeah, I can't
Where they
remember the name
find where they're looking for what's its face. The guy I like, the I'm gonna say kid, but they're like 17.
Yeah, where all the dead people are hanging and
and there's the
files.
They're looking for people and survivors and things. I was not okay, but at the same time, because I'd been told, I was okay.
I actually loved those scenes
I don't read horror.
in the books. Like I loved it. Why? Because it was so realistic.
Yeah.
It was very realistic. It was very traumatizing.
That's why I actually
realistic.
really love this book. Because it's realistic. Like often in fantasy, what's bothering me is like a war not being written realistically.
Yeah.
You know? Like
if you want another realistic one, I've only read the first half of this book because it's been in France it's been split into 2 books, whereas in England it's like 1. But it's called Battle Mage, I think, in English. It's by Peter Flannery. I really enjoyed the first section of
I think
it.
I've heard of that one.
Peter.
I just think it's so weird how desensitized you basically get to bloodshed and everything basically because of TV. Because I read like Dead Silence by S.A. Barnes. I was really excited for that one. It's like horror set in space where they find like a missing luxury spaceship that's been missing for 25 years, and like the blurb said like unspeakable horrors. So I was expecting, this is going to sound terrible, but I was expecting really horrible stuff.
Yeah.
And honestly, it was just dead people. It wasn't that bad.
Yeah.
No, I get what you mean.
It's like, okay, well, you know, one person had like a knife taped to their hand and whatever, and they were just, because the gravity was turned off, so they were like floating about in the dome and everything. But I was like, I was expecting like terrible stuff, like flesh-eating aliens or something.
Yeah, in that case, I was also really let down in a way by the Poppy War. They were like, yeah, there's so many traumatic scenes and you need to be aware, and there's so many trigger warnings. So it was like very carefully going through the book, and I was like, oh, but this is just realistic. This is not really a trigger warning.
It's realistic, but there are quite a few trigger warnings.
Yeah, but I feel like it's basically just that scene. Like that single chapter makes is basically all the trigger warnings.
And I was like, yeah, okay, I'm happy this scene is here because now I can see where it's coming from. And I honestly loved how it was written. It's terrible what happens. I'm not going to deny that. You're like, that's awful. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, this happens every day. This happens at war. It's nothing new, and it's good. It's written this realistically in a book that everybody seems to love.
And I mean, it's based on true events as well. So I think, like,
Yeah.
for me, that makes it like just a tad more horrible. Like,
I was more shocked actually by at the very beginning where Rin is like, yeah, take away my uterus and everything. I don't want to have children anyway, and it hurts too much to have my period. I was more like,
I was
what the fuck?
traumatized.
It's like,
I sat there and I was like, what?
Period once, or like a day or two, and you're getting your uterus removed. Like, are you insane? How can you know at that age?
It's like, I feel like that's just a lack of education in that regard in that area at that time. Like they didn't properly. They weren't properly educated on what it would mean, like what the actual concept. Like it's easy to say, like I don't want children, but you know, up until you're like confronted with the fact that you might want children, I feel like you don't really think about the consequences of your actions.
That was my only
I was just so shocked.
Scene. Like the only one in the entire book, because I was expecting the others. That was like one scene where I was like, what the heck did I just read? Like, did she really do this? Is this reversible of some sort?
It's also the fact that she's like out for a week and she's like in so much pain, and I was like, but no, like she has to take sedatives for the pain, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, that sounds normal to me as a nurse, to give them to people.
I'm terrified of anesthesia, so I don't like not knowing, so it terrifies me.
Yeah, it was the same. I had like surgery on my ankle, and I was like, I'd like to keep, you know, as awake as possible. Like, you know, you just sedate the part that needs sedation and not a bit more.
I was I had anesthesia once, and it was only locally, and I sobbed the entire way through. I just sobbed, and the doctor was like, "You're very brave. You did better than most people." And I was like, I just sobbed in your chair for 15 minutes. How did I do better than everybody else?
Well, you didn't pass out.
No, I just like, but when I say sobbed, I mean silently just cried. I didn't make a sound and I didn't move, but she just watched me cry the entire way through.
But honestly, I was just fine during the surgery. There was this very kind nurse, and we were just chatting away while they were, you know, basically hacking away at the bone in my ankle because they needed to cut in a new groove for the tendon to go in, and it was just like just happily chatting away.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
no, I don't
I would have preferred
do
it if they would have just, you know, sedate, like anesthetize one leg, but it was just like from the waist down. But at least I was awake.
I know.
It feels so
There's a lot
weird.
of things I don't like about like your body doing and feeling things it shouldn't, and I'm like, no. Like you should be able to feel that part of your body, and you don't. And
it's honestly so weird because, like, I don't know what it's called in English, but like when they give you like the injection in your spine, basically that numbs your bottom half.
Epidural,
yeah. It's like it's so weird because when they inject it, your butt gets really warm. It's like, whoo. But basically, that's just numbness, but it just feels so weird.
But these things feel completely alien to me. It's like when I see I saw a video of a woman who's pregnant, and you can physically see the baby move. And I was like, that is terrifying. Like, I don't want kids, but that put me off straight away. I could see the hand push out, and I was like, it's doing what now?
I've seen too many horror movies for that, you know, where there's just like this tiny little monster just coming out or something.
I know, right? I was terrified. I just saw this hand push out on this woman's belly, and you can see it, and I was like, what?
Yeah. Sometimes you can see your feet as well.
Hell hell no.
Lauren is
I
about
was
to
not.
cry because she's so shocked.
Yeah, I don't like it. Like, I don't like the idea of pregnancy in the first place for me, and I don't like the idea of labor, and I don't like the idea of raising a child. So children are a big no for me at the minute. But like, the video traumatized me. I was like, hell no. Hell no.
I'm out of here.
I'm gone, bye. But
So
I
Lauren,
thought
what
that
do you like?
I don't
You
know,
just
because I'm
covered- you
terrified
just
of
covered
lots
a
of
lot
things.
Lauren.
I like reading books.
She likes reading a lot of books at the same time.
Me too.
I do, but I'm being consistent this year. I've actually finished nearly all of the ones I've started.
I know,
So
I'm still stuck. A year and a half later, I'm still stuck on some.
I mean, I have an on-pause shelf that's like 50 books long. So
Save. I have like We Free the Stars, and I started reading that like last year, like more than a year ago, and I'm 25% in, and I just stopped reading because I was scared the book was going to hurt me.
Yeah, I've also got it with this. I still
I
need to
finished
read
that.
one, Last Magician.
I'm still 100 pages in, and it's my favorite book of all time.
This is the first one, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
this is the first one.
But I'm still reading it. It's still going.
But I mean, you already finished it once, so
Yeah, but I never read the second one.
well, neither have I.
Yeah, but I started the second one, like
Lauren, how do you decide
at the
whether
very
to,
first of the pandemic.
Lauren, how do you decide whether to read in English or French? Because that book's
I
French.
don't. It depends on the price. Depends on price. If this book is
Relatable.
cheaper in English, I will buy it in English. But
That's
other than that, I have no preference.
That's a great reasoning, honestly. It's just that Dutch books are never cheaper than English ones, unless you get like special editions.
Sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, there are certain things that I will refuse to read because of the way it's been translated. Like Throne of Glass by Sarah J. Maas. I bought that in French it was €10 for the paperback, and I was like, oh, bargain, I'll buy that. And then I found out that because of translation and because of how difficult it was, they had decided to cut certain scenes out. So they'd cut pieces of the story out, and on top of that, they changed names of characters in French to fit French wording. And I was like, but I was planning on reading the second book in English on script, so this isn't gonna work. But
that
like,
happens
they
a
cut
lot
things
with Dutch
out.
as well.
But they
Like,
cut a lot of the part out, and I didn't do it.
Like when I was a lot younger, like 15 years ago or something, when I couldn't obviously read Lord of the Rings in English, it would be way too difficult. That as a 10-year-old, I got it in Dutch, and I just couldn't do it. I watched the movies already in English, and I couldn't do it. Like some of the names, like the Shire, turns into the Gau.
Yeah,
It's like no. Same with Harry Potter. Like I only read like I think the fourth onward in Dutch way back then, because I was actually struggling with reading when I started reading, like comprehensive reading. And they changed so many names, I just can't do it anymore in Dutch. I can't. I still have them in Dutch, but I can't do it in
basically
Dutch
changed every single name in Harry Potter except for like Harry Potter.
Yeah.
They changed Hermione's name, they changed Ron's name, they changed Dumbledore's name, they changed
Neville.
Snape's name, Neville, everything's different except for Harry Potter.
This one we like. That's it.
Yeah.
And Hagrid. Hagrid hasn't changed either.
No, that's true.
I'm like thinking,
and
Dobby hasn't changed.
Voldemort's the same, though, like, it's not Tom Marvell or Riddle in Dutch, but, like, Voldemort's the same.
Yeah. But isn't it from the French Voldemort?
Yeah.
That his name is derived? Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, a lot of names are changing, and then I'm like, am I gonna do this? Like with anything popular, I try to just do it in English. But with some other books, I was like so mindfucked at times. Like, for example, what was it again? The book that Esme also loves, and Ember in the Ashes. Like on ebook, it was like €2 or €3 in Dutch, and in English it was like €12. So I was like, okay, let's just do this in Dutch. And it was sometimes such a mindfuck to follow through the live show to discuss the book because the names changed. So I was like, oh yeah, wait, that one is that one, that one is that one. Like in advance, I had to look up a summary, like who's who, just so I could keep up.
But yeah, they change a lot of things in France like that, or they split books up into parts. Like this is this book, but it's only part 1, so then you have to buy part 2. But like ACOTAR in France has been cut so much. Like all of the scenes have mainly been cut, and they are all classed as young adult. Like they're all like in the young adult section. Even Silver Flames, except Silver Flames has a big sticker on it that says 18 and over. But they're all in young adult. But the rest of them have been cut out, and all the French people, like, I'll see them on TikTok saying, but I don't get this reference. And I'm like, that's because you didn't read the same book as us.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but it's not the same.
I've also noticed that it's so crazy about cutting stuff out and changing stuff. Like at times I'm reading the Sword of Destiny from The Witcher through script, the PDF form. And sometimes it's on ebook and sometimes my physical copy, depending on where and how I'm at. And some sentences are completely different. And they're all in English. Like even the English versions don't match up. And that's so
there's
annoying.
A lot that changes.
And then I'm like looking, oh yeah, okay, this is an American edition, this is a UK edition, this is... And then I'm like, okay, I'm screwed. I need to stick to one.
But yeah, there are a lot that changes. I think I saw that The House in the Cerulean Sea was well translated, but like you can get bad translations as well. Like I've read books in French that were originally in English, and I've gone, I cannot read this because the French is so, like, the translation is so bad. Like it reads in French, but all I can think is the person has just like gone to Google Translate and put the words in. Like it makes no sense.
Oh, yeah. In that case, I'm really doubting with the Winter's Promise books. I don't know if you know that. Yeah, they're originally in French.
Yeah.
But I can't read French. Like even though I've been raised in Belgium,
I've been told that
I've
seen the translation's pretty good. So
in English, but also in Dutch. So now I'm like very conflicted.
I don't know about
am I going to read them in English or am I going to read them in Dutch? Because it's translated either way.
I feel like the translations for that one are both pretty good, so I just choose what's most comfortable for you.
Yeah. But is it like middle grade or young adult? What actually is the age category?
It's classed as young adult in France.
I feel like it's very young, right? It's like very young.
It's a young adult, but like at the same time, there is arranged marriages and things, so it's not middle grade.
No,
like,
right. No.
It's still quite, like, I've started reading it before. Yeah, it's still on my on-pause shelf. We don't talk about that shelf anymore. But like at the beginning, it's pretty complex because you have the world building and things, and there are these different islands, and on top of that, you have this woman that you've never met before who has powers, and she has an arranged marriage and things, and it's political arranged marriage. So I wouldn't class it as middle grade, because if I gave that to my sister, she'd just look at me like I was crazy. But
yeah, that same. I think I've seen the Poppy War here classified as young adult at times. Like, and I'm like, yeah don't give this book to a young adult person.
No, but it happens so often. I mean, it's also with like J. Kristoff's books, like Nevernight is so often classed as young adult, but it's published as adult. It's marketed as adult, so it's not young adult. Even Empire of the Vampire. It's a style that you have to like, basically. It's very particular, I'd say. I love them. It's not for everyone.
Yeah, hit or miss.
Yeah, like
But it's very difficult between countries to decide on which like category age-wise you're going to classify as because the Bone Shard Daughter in England I think is adult fantasy, and in France it's young adult. And I'm like, it's a bit complex for a young adult book, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But like the
Yeah.
difference between the two is slight, but it's still there.
But I also think it depends on what age, as a young adult, you are going to read them. Are you quite mature at the age of 17,
But I
16,
think it's
17,
also,
then you could
I
read
mean,
those things.
it's also for like
But don't
Throne
give
of
the book to a
Glass, for
12-year-old.
example. Because if you have like the first couple of books in Throne of Glass, like the first 2 or 3, those are firmly young adult. But then if you start looking at her later work, like basically like Empire of Storms, Kingdom of Ash, but also like the later like Court of Silver Flames, like that's adult. You know,
that is very much adult.
Yeah, but not even just for like the sex scenes, but also like
But
the
even like
complexity of the plot
and the
world.
mental health and stuff.
Yeah, it's like lots of things. Like so it shifts per series. But like for J. Kristoff, like there's like Lifelike, for example, that's just firmly young adult. Very much so.
Yeah.
But like the first sentence in Nevernight is literally like most people shit themselves when they die, something like that. And it's like that right there should give you a clue that this is not young adult.
True.
So it's, I mean, Nevernight is mostly young adult passing. Like most of it would be fine for young adult, but it's explicit, both in its murder scenes and its sex scenes. So
I mean, it's all very confusing because I mean, I think they have like different criteria between the countries because Lord of the Rings is classed as YA here.
What? That's
my edition is a YA edition. Like I have
Lord of the Rings as young adult. Like
I have the whole set, and they are all from a YA publisher, and they're all in the YA section of the store.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that those editions were translated differently. Like they simplified sentence structures and everything.
I hope so, because otherwise I'd be very confused.
No, I'm pretty sure they did that because there's also adult editions in French, because I looked at that and I'm pretty sure that the ones that you have, like they were like the sentence structures and everything were simplified for younger readers.
Well, I hope so, because otherwise they're very far off.
Yeah, like Tolkien's writing style is very dry and dense, like very much adult, and I feel like they just maybe like split sentences, you know, made them simpler just for a younger audience to grasp it easier.
In that case, it's very weird with me. Like, I fly through Tolkien's writing, like, even though it's incredibly dense, but I can't read classics. For some reason, they're so dry and so... I don't know. For some reason,
it depends on the classic.
Yeah.
I also think because the reason actually in a fantasy world, like, it really can't exist. Like, it's completely fiction.
Like
whilst, for example, Emma or anything, Jane Austen, it could have happened way back. You know, I think it's the realistic aspects that makes it hard for me to read a classic. Because Dracula and which one was it?
Frankenstein.
What?
1984.
Frankenstein. Those I could read. They were difficult, but I could get through them. But for example, the picture of Dorian Gray was like almost an instant DNF for me. I couldn't get through it.
It depends on the author. It depends on which classic author I'm doing, because if you give me a Bronte or an Austen, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, same.
Like
I can't
I personally, I can't read Tolkien without an audiobook to keep me going, because I just drift off, because it's like pretty dry. It's very descriptive, and I just start drifting off halfway through a sentence, and then I'll, my eyes keep going, and I'll be halfway through the page, and I'm like, wait, what did I read? So it's just I need the audiobook to help keep me focused. But
just
I mean, It depends on the book. I mean, I read the Iliad,
Mm-hmm.
like not in Greek, just English, plain English, but there was just like so much description about people's swords and shields and their entire ancestry and who this shield belonged to before this person. I was bored out of my mind.
Yeah, I think with Tolkien, it helps me to envision it properly, exactly as he sees it. I read it incredibly slow, but I actually see it as a movie in front of me, without without the necessity to imagine or add stuff to get the full picture.
Yeah, like for me personally, I love Shakespeare. They're so dramatic.
True.
They're very fun.
Yeah, it's just basically like I remember one of our exam questions was in Hamlet, like who died, and basically the answer was like nearly everyone.
Like who didn't die?
Yeah, I was like including but not limited to this person, like 500 Danish soldiers or something. Was like an entire list of people.
The question's wrong. The question should have been who didn't die and who survived.
No, but that was like a bonus question, so you could just get bonus points. So if you just listed like enough people that died, you would just get like an extra, decimal point or something.
We did the Tempest in uni, and our teacher was a bit wacky, but she was hilarious, and she made us reenact the Tempest. Like every week we'd do a scene, but she'd made us act everything. Like I was the wind, and I was like, ooh. She made me lie down on a table and pretend to be wind, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing here, but okay. So I laid down on the table and I was wind. It was a strange time.
Our teacher did that as well, but we did. Which ones did we do? We did Merchant of Venice, and we did Hamlet, and we did King Lear, and we did. Which one did we do? We did another one, didn't we? Wait, I think we did another one. Which one did we do?
Much Ado About Nothing. Romeo and Juliet.
No.
The
which one did we do? I'm sure we did 4, but I can't remember the last one. Like my book is up there, and it's like nearly
Henry VIII.
No, which one did we do? Wait, let me Google. Shakespeare plays. Macbeth. We did Macbeth.
Oh, that one's good. That one.
I still need to dig in Shakespeare.
Yeah, honestly, like I like Shakespeare plays. Like I said, they're so dramatic, and I just feel like it helps if you just read them dramatically inside your head.
Like I can imagine when you look at the stories turned into movies. Like some of them are very, very dramatic.
If you want like a very good, albeit slightly boring rendition of Hamlet, there's a movie that literally is the entire play, like word by word, is just the entire play.
But
that sounds kind of boring, but at the same time uninterested. So
yeah, but you know who's in it? Kenneth Branagh, like the guy who plays Gilderoy Lockhart in Harry Potter, he plays Hamlet. So that's like bonus points right there.
True.
Okay, now I'm more intrigued.
Right? Like I said, I mean, it is slightly boring because, it's 4 hours, I think.
Because it is Lord Her expansion.
Plays like that on film are so complicated. When I was in high school, we did I don't know what it's called in English. Oedipe. It's about it's a Greek play about yes, that's it. We had to read the story, and then we had to watch the film. And I swear to God, it's the funniest film you can ever see. Like honestly, it was that bad. It was funny, but because of what happens, he's going from one point to the main city, because he's leaving his parents because of the prophecy, but they're not his parents. And like he's going down this track and there is nothing around him. There's this one road, but the rest is just desert. And this wagon sort of thing comes across and stops in front of him, and they refuse to move. Neither of them moves. So in the wagon is this king, and there's nothing. Like it's just empty, and they just stand there and watch each other. And eventually they start fighting, and one of them starts running in one direction, screaming like the whole way. We just sat in the cinema, and all you can see is this guy on screen going, ah! And he's just running along, and then he stops, and then he runs the other way and screams all the way. And we just sat there and went, how are we supposed to make a commentary out of this? Like, it's not possible. It was bad.
Yeah, that would even bore me.
But the thing is, the screaming scene was hilarious. We were all in tears, and the teachers were just like, you're supposed to be taking this seriously. And we're like, we can't.
What is there to take seriously?
He's screaming in the middle of a desert because he can't walk around the wagon. Like, seriously, this is ridiculous.
Yeah. It's not like there's blocks of concrete or something. Like, you can just...
Yeah, there's no buildings or anything. It's just, you just literally go, whoop. Like, literally go around the little wagon. But no. He refused.
Let's run screaming for the hills.
It makes more sense.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
But we studied that for like 6 months, and it was a long 6 months.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
It was a fun time.
Like with movies especially, I really need a driven plot. It needs to captivate me at all times, either by scenery or characters, or stuff need to happen. Because otherwise, like, I fall asleep. Honestly.
Yeah, my go-to movie is still The Mummy.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's never not going to be The Mummy.
I don't like The Mummy.
There's this one scene. It's like a running joke between Esme and me. I mean, have you watched it, Naomi?
Yeah, long time ago.
At one point, the guy's trying to bring his dead girlfriend back to life, basically.
Yeah.
And they're down in the tomb. Yeah, she's a mummy too. But, like, they're down in the tomb and everything, and he brings his dead, like, priests, guards, things back to life. And you have, like, Brendan Fraser with, like, the sword going, like, rah! And then you have the 3 badass mummies going back next to, rah! And I was like, that's me with my thesis. Like, that's me.
Yeah.
Like, I should still have that somewhere on my phone. I'm sure of it. Videos. Do we have, a file with, like, videos? There it is.
I just have to go and walk the dogs. I'll be back in, like, 20 minutes.
Yeah. Like,
Okay, enjoy.
I don't know. Just wait 1 second because I have it right here. I hope you can see it.
What?
I remember loving that movie.
Like, that's me and my thesis,
Yeah, I get where you're comparing that. It makes sense.
And it's like he runs away and they come after him, and it's like,
No, I'm gonna run away from this.
Yeah.
With the dogs.
Oh yeah, no, my dog would just sleep through this. I'm sure of it.
Yeah, mine too. Unless there's something weird happening, like our dogs are even barking at a stupid fly passing by. So yeah, like for once I did it on purpose. I like on the TV I put YouTube on, with a litter of puppies, and all their heads went like up, like what the heck is happening?
Yeah, no, so our dog would be like, if there was a fly, he would just look at it very annoyed, and then he would look at me like, why aren't you doing something about this?
Oh yeah, mine will try to snap it, like bite into it, and then like miss a few times, and then be like, whatever, woof.
Yeah, no, our dog tried that, but it was a wasp. So then his
Oh yeah.
face was all swollen. It was honestly
Poor
kind of
thing.
funny because it was just looking very sad.
Poor thing.
Yeah, we just told him like, don't do that, but
As
he
if you
did.
ever listen.
Yeah, no, well, kind of. Like Dex listens most of the time, unless there's other dogs in the vicinity. In that case, it's like, play.
Yeah. Oh, we had that funny scene with the cat. It was so funny with Fluffy George, and my boyfriend was just holding a pen. I remember it was from writing the Christmas gifts, and usually a cat first approaches it with their paws. No, our cat instantly bit the pen. No warning, just snap, and we were like, "What the heck? You're a cat, you know." But yeah, it tends to forget.
Yeah.
Uh, I truly hope to get my bookshelf soon.
Yes, I can
Really hope so.
imagine.
Like, I'm not sure yet whether I go for this wood look-alike or the black or the white ones.
Well, I have the black ones. I could send you like a photo in better light if you'd like to see how that looks, but
Yeah, the only thing I'm scared of is the black ones because I told my boyfriend, like, I want the black ones. They look pretty, like, aesthetically and everything with the house. But my sister is like, yeah, but then you have to clean them every day because they collect dust a lot easier, or at least you see it a lot easier on black shelves. And I was like, yeah, that's right, but they look prettier.
yeah, I should probably clean them more often because they are dusty and they do get dusty, but
Yeah.
they're very pretty.
But on the other hand, I would also like the white ones because it makes your space look bigger and brighter.
Yeah, like for me, what was an important, like, okay, back when I got these, they basically only had black and white, so there wasn't really another
Yeah.
option. So for me, what made me choose these is that these are like wood, and I feel like the white ones are much more plasticky.
Oh yeah.
So I feel these actually have like a wood finish. They're not. I mean, it's probably the same
Yeah.
material, but these look like it's wood, and the white ones are just like smooth white
Yeah.
finish. So that was for me what made me choose the black ones. Also, black is my aesthetic, so
Yeah, I love black.
yeah.
All things
Like
black.
my aesthetic is basically black with glitters. So
Yeah. Black and a little sparkle, or black with a
yeah,
little greenery.
yeah, exactly. So yeah, like black definitely collects dust or shows the dust. But I
Yeah.
do prefer the look of them because I do think like they look, they look more expensive than the white ones. They look fancier.
Yeah. And I also love, like, if you got very bright color books like with the dust jackets, it pops up a lot more on a black shelf.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah.
compared to a white one.
Yeah, and I don't know, like these shelves, like the single shelves, are pretty sturdy because I kind of abuse mine because I put way too many books on them and they're not sagging at all.
Oh, that's
Um,
good.
and like the oldest one I have, I feel like is nearly 10 years old.
Oh, that's still fairly young, no? Or is it old for a Billy?
No, but I feel like after 10 years of continuously holding books for a shelf not to be sagging is pretty decent.
Yeah, true. Mine are
Considering
already
like
sagging.
considering like the price point because like Billies aren't the most inexpensive, but they aren't like a really
The
good,
cheapest.
great quality
Yeah.
bookcase as well. It's not like it's mahogany or something.
Yeah, true.
So
But you see
like
them
I said,
everywhere.
sorry.
You see them everywhere, the Billies.
Yeah, because I think they're just great value for money. Like I said, I mean I've had like the oldest one. I'm not sure which of the three that is, but
Yeah. That's a good thing.
yeah, like I could tell you because the finish of the backboard is different. because the
Yeah.
original ones just had like plain smooth black backboard, and the new ones have like the wood finish as well. So if I had more light, I could tell you which one is the oldest.
Oh yeah, like that.
But it's like it's a minor difference. You wouldn't see it if you don't know it, but like they're not sagging at all. I mean,
Oh, that's great.
you probably can't really tell, but they're still straight.
Yeah. I love the look of your bookshelves. They look neat.
I
And
just cleaned them.
rainbow.
Sorry?
Like so much rainbow.
Nah,
Like with
it's
the
not really
blues and the
rainbow.
blacks. Like on your shoulder length.
Yeah, it's like yeah, like this. There's some green here.
Yeah. And then some bluish green underneath that. Just to go to bluish.
Yeah, it's not really rainbow. It shows up more on the like screen than it actually is. Whoa, don't drop my laptop.
That
But
would be a smart idea.
no, it's not really rainbow. It's ordered alphabetically by author's last name.
Oh, yeah.
I once took a day to order them, like reorder them a rainbow, and it looked very pretty, but I could not find my books, and I hated it.
Yeah, that's the problem with me as well. Like, I love to keep my series together so I can find them
Yeah,
back. And also, I love to have them together. Like, I don't know, just they just belong together. But
yeah,
rainbows look so pretty. It's like,
yeah. But it was like at one point, I think I literally spent like an hour trying to find a certain book, and I couldn't find it. Like I
yeah,
know I have this book, I know it, but
but
I
where
just
is it? Yeah.
didn't remember what color the spine was, and I couldn't find it.
Yeah, in that case, I don't know, you probably know that booktuber as well, Haley in Bookland.
Yeah,
Her shelves are to die for, but I would never be able to find my books.
no, like I tried, but like again, I should have pictures somewhere. But then again, I have nearly 17,000 photos on my phone, so
Oh, I was gonna say of my bookshelves. I was gonna I was gonna call you
no, just
crazy if you
like
have like
on my phone. But
yeah.
trying to figure out what year it was in would be a great start.
It would help.
I don't know. Wait, I think I filmed this. Let me see. Maybe there's a video.
Like, what are actually your favorite kind of videos to watch?
Depends on my mood and on the day. Like I generally love watching like recommendation videos or TBRs, wrap ups, that kind of stuff. But I mean, I also love vlogs, but like I can't always watch vlogs. Sometimes I'm just not in the mood for like vlogs, basically.
Yeah, I get that. Like, I love watching TBR games.
Yeah.
Like, they're so much fun. And also bookshelf tours. For some reason, I find them relaxing.
Yeah, they're
But
so
then,
soothing.
but yet again, then I'm thinking like, yeah, my bookshelf is a mess. I should start cleaning that up because my books are currently
Yeah.
double stacked. Because I've got like two very small bookshelves, and that's it.
Yeah, it doesn't really show up well, but this is what I had it like rainbow.
It still looks nice though, from what I can tell.
Yeah, it was very pretty. It was very aesthetically pleasing, but I could not find my books.
Like, I would be struggling. Like, I think I would have like, oh yeah, these are orangey books. I put them together, and then you're done. And then like, oh shit, there's another one. Where do I put it? Now I can move the entire row again.
Yeah,
Like,
but
I think that in that case it's very tiring as well to put it together.
that's kind of the same for what I have now. Because if I get a book with an A,
Yeah.
like I got a book that was like blah blah blah. His last name was Abraham, and that's like
Yeah.
literally like the first name I had in my bookcase was ADA, so that's AH, and this was AB, so that obviously goes before AH. So I
Yeah.
basically have to move everything.
Yeah. See, that seems like an investment I'm too lazy to make.
I do it every once in a while. I need to be better about it. But hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Our Frenchie's back.
I'm technically not French, but yeah.
Yeah. I'm still mad at you for that because I was so sure you were French and then suddenly you were
Nope.
English. Like, what?
I am
Well, we are
100%
Dutch, so-
English.
Yeah, no, but I was so sure that she was French. And she's not French, she's English. And I was
I'm
like,
not French.
I got mindfucked once during a live. You said, you do sound English, and then you said, yeah, but I'm in France. I'm currently living in France. I was like, what? And then the French books passing by, I was like, what is happening? Like,
I live
got
in
completely
France. I
mindfucked.
speak French. I read French. I did all my education in France, but I'm English.
Yeah, see, people
Yeah.
need to be able to keep track of it.
Yeah, but like I had the same with Sasha.
Oh,
because like I was trying to figure out where Sasha came from her accent, and I was like, it wasn't going well. And then at one point she said like, I'm from Belgium, and I was like, but that's not a Belgian accent.
yeah. Yeah, people are always surprised with me as well. Like, I'm actually completely Dutch, but I
Yeah.
don't have a Dutch accent when I'm surrounded by Belgians. Like, my accent changes based on who I'm around.
Mm.
So yeah, they're always like, nah, you're not. I was like, yeah, you better watch out because I'm a true Dutchie.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just as straightforward. I'm just as rude, so to speak. Like, just beware. You'll notice. You'll notice.
Yeah, but like I remember like with Sasha, I was so confused. Like she's from like I live in Belgium, and I was like,
Wait,
this
what?
is incompatible in my mind. Like these two, this does not fit.
It's not working.
No, but then I found out like, okay, you know, she's from like, you know, Bosnia, Croatia, and she's lived in Canada, and now she's in Belgium, and she speaks French. I'm like, okay, now the accent makes sense.
Yeah. True. Same with Lauren. Sounds English, is English, but lives in France. Does everything in French,
Exactly.
but is English.
Yeah.
But I have a French accent when I speak in French.
Yeah, but you've lived in France since you were like 7?
Yep.
Right? So, I mean, that's basically because you did your entire education, you basically grew up bilingual.
Yep, exactly.
So
but I can fake the accent. Like, I can speak English like I'm not English, and I can speak French like I can't speak French. I can fake it if I need to get out of situations. If somebody comes up to me in the street and is like, oh, can I sell you something? I'll just speak in a really bad French with an English accent. Be like, je ne parle pas, au revoir. And I'll just walk away. It's really good. It's helpful.
I don't need to act that. I just am like that.
Yeah, I feel like for a Dutch person, my French is pretty good.
Oh, my French is
horrid. You have good French. We've spoken. I mean, we've spoken about French before, but you're pretty good at it.
Yeah, like I said, like for at least for a Dutch person, my French is pretty good.
Mine is horrid.
I don't know many Dutch people, so.
Yeah, I mean, my dad speaks French as well, but it's like not correct French, if you know what I mean. Like he was a truck driver. He's still a truck driver, but he used to drive a lot, you know, have a lot of customers in France. So, you know, in order to communicate,
I picked it up along the way.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like technically it's not grammatically correct French, but it's like correct enough.
Yeah, but you can hold a conversation.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters.
I can't
really.
even do that in French. I can't even do that. Not anymore.
Yeah,
like,
for me,
I don't use it at all.
I just want to be like as correct as possible, and that's when I get stressed, and then I don't remember anything.
Yeah, me too. Like, everything that has to do with verbs, I go in error. Like, complete error.
I mean, I still mess it up, and I've been here for...
For me, it's like gender.
16, 17 years?
Like the gender of nouns. I just don't know why the table is female. Like, why is
Like, why wouldn't it be? I've stopped trying to understand it.
No, but it's like that's where I make mistakes, and especially since I'm doing some Spanish now as well on like Duolingo, because like in Costa Rica they speak Spanish. I'm like, I'd like to know, at least some rudimentary things in Spanish. And like in French, milk is male. In Spanish, milk is female. Like, let's not make this more confusing than it needs to be, people.
If you want it to be even more confusing, in French you can have 2 different words for the same object, and one of them is male and one of them is female.
You can have 2 different something.
Yeah, you can have une balle, so a ball, and un ballon. So one is female,
well,
one is male, but it doesn't make... There is like there's one I still can't do.
Confusing.
There's one I still don't get, and I mistake it all the time. It's petit. Petit is basically like a food, but it can also be cat's food. So it's either like this meat spread you can have as a human, or it is a meal for cats, like, the wet food. And if it's male, it's the human food. But if it's female, it's the cat food.
Yeah, I would mess that up all the time.
I mess it up all the time.
With my culinary education, I got a little bit of French, and I'm already happy. I can make my way through a restaurant, so I can get some food at least. But that's where it ends.
I always ask for cat food.
S'il vous plaît.
I agree with that. I already have mine.
Yeah, no, mine's downstairs. But then it would be like une bouteille de vin. Because the bottle is downstairs and not the glass.
Yeah. But in that case, when do you use the and when do you use du again? Is it du with countable?
Du is like when it's off something, and du is something else. I don't remember.
It's very late
like,
for grammar.
If you say like un peu de sucre, it's like a little sugar. But it's like, I don't know. It was explained to me at some point, but I do know if you say like, it's 6:00 in the morning, they would be like du matin or de l'après-midi.
It's depending on what the next word begins with. So if you put du, it's because you have a singular noun that is male that starts by a consonant that follows.
Yeah, but if it's female, it's de la, and if it's a vowel that starts, it's de l thingy.
Yep.
Yeah. Apostrophe.
That's it. So basically, it depends if it's a consonant. It depends on what's next.
Yeah, but that's like basically like the difference between de le. Basically, I know it doesn't work that way because then it becomes du, and just de. When do you use just de, and when does it become like de le? Or de la, or de l, or de.
Because it would be the same if you want to compare it to English. It would be the same as de on its own is of, and de le would be of the.
Right, that's actually much simpler.
And because du is de le or de la, well, it's actually de le. But
de le, because de la is fine, but de le is difficult because French people can't.
Yeah, you can't say de le, which is really weird. But yeah,
we can say it.
That's where that's where it changes.
Yeah,
it's like, because we speak it more slowly that we can pronounce it like that.
Yeah, try Spanish. Spanish is even worse.
Yeah,
I did Spanish in school for like 12 years, and the educational system really messed up my mind because I could hold an entire conversation on civil war in Spain, and I went to Spain and I had this whole conversation with the waiter and he understood everything I said, and I couldn't say spoon. And I just looked at him and I was like, can I have a spoon, please? And I had to say the word spoon in English, and he just looked at me like, you can hold a conversation but not know that word? And I'm like,
yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's my problem with French. I can ask for a spoon, but I can't hold a conversation.
I don't remember the word for spoon. I know I knew it at some point, but I don't remember.
I mean, he told me the word spoon years ago and I still don't know it.
What's the French word for spoon?
Cuillère.
And fork.
Fourchette.
Fourchette.
Right. And knife.
Couteau.
Couteau.
I vaguely remember those words now.
Vaguely, somewhere.
Yeah. No, but I haven't reached this stage in my Duolingo lessons, so it's like somewhere in the back of my, high school lessons somewhere.
Yeah.
Like I know those words, but it's been such a long time.
Yeah, I haven't had French lessons for like 7 years or so it's all very far away.
Yeah.
Like, and even that, it was just mainly culinary based, like not even all around grammar. Yeah, I also had that, but that's even further away. Like,
French grammar is the worst. It's terribly complicated.
I already know how to say that a woman is eating an apple in Spanish. And that's just from the first Duolingo lesson.
I'm trying to figure out how to say it now. How?
La mujer come manzanas. I don't know how that's going to serve me. I don't know how it's going to serve me. Like, one of my favorite words in French is pomme de terre. And I don't know why, but I just love pomme de terre.
Potatoes.
Yes, potatoes. But just like, I don't even know why, but just like pomme de terre.
Well,
like, I'm weird like that. Don't ask me why.
I always thought it was weird. If you translate it to English, it's like apple of the
earth. It's the apple of the earth.
But we also have the word patate, which is just potato.
Patate. Yeah.
No,
so you can say pomme de terre and you can say patate.
Pomme de terre.
It's used as an acronym, and we just put PDT now. People don't write it all. It's just PDT, pomme de terre.
Yeah.
Yeah, but isn't it also that they're changing like French spelling? Because like with like clay with an F and clay without an F and with like the dash thingy?
Because the main thing that went through not long ago of what they changed in the like language was when you say des haricots, you don't say des haricots. You don't put a Z in between. You don't do a liaison between the two. And it was really, people always tell you off for doing the liaison if you do. But they decided that was okay, and since then they've just started changing everything. And it messes my mind up. Because I spent so long trying to figure out these words, and now I'm like, hang on, can I say that now? Does that work?
If it works, it still works. They'll still understand what you're saying.
But yeah, clay can be written in different ways.
No, for me it's with an F. I'm pretty sure Duolingo will disagree.
With an accent.
Yeah, Duo will probably disagree, but for me it's with an F.
It's more viewed as formal speech when you put it with an F. Like it's more like academic, I'd say.
Yeah.
Also, just a pretty random question. Like, first, at Duolingo, they teach you, like, in French, to ask a question. Basically, you just add a question mark. But now they also teach inversion. So instead of, like, vous avez blah, 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 they do avez-vous. Like, can you just do that whenever? Is that okay in every situation to just invert the verb and the pronoun?
For questions, I'd say yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously for non-questions, no, but like for questions.
Yeah, vous avez vu ce dessin? Avez-vous vu ce dessin? I'd say avez-vous, so when you invert it, it'd be more like it'd be again more academic. You wouldn't write in a school paper vous avez, you'd write avez-vous, if that makes sense. But that's really just the feel of it. So if you're in a street and you ask someone avez-vous or vous avez, they won't say a thing. They will either or, they'll be fine.
Yeah, no, but I was just wondering because, like, first they teach you, just add a question mark in French, and then later they teach you, well, you can also invert. So I was just wondering, like, are there specific rules for that, or is it just okay to use whatever in whatever situation?
I think it's okay to use it in any situation.
Okay.
Except for like professional writing, but that's
I'm not doing any
something I think
professional
you're going to
writing
do that.
I just know words and non-verbal communication, and that should work for me.
I'm just
I just sort of go.
I'm just
when I
happy to
don't speak the language,
how to say, like, I'm Femke, I'm from the Netherlands, I have a dog, and his name is Dex, and I have a mom and a dad and a sister, and I'm just happy to say all that.
Oh, I don't get that far anymore. I just go in error. I can say my name, and that's pretty much where it ends. I can say my age, I think. But that's about it. Like, I lost so much. Like, I can't build sentences anymore. I know quite a few words, but I can't build sentences anymore. I lost that.
Well, if you like want to relearn, I definitely recommend just doing Duolingo, because it's really helped me, get it back, because a lot of it I do remember, like, instinctually, but it was just, like, it's been a while. But like, very technically, I'm not able to say that I'm from the Netherlands yet, because I haven't learned the word Le Pays-Bas yet. I can't say that I'm from Mexico or from Japan or the United States or France or England or Spain. I mean, not that that's helpful, because I'm not from any of those places. Sorry?
Belgium is quite easy. Belgique.
Yeah, but I haven't learned that in Duolingo yet, so I don't know how to say it. Like I said, I mean, I can also say that I'm from Brazil. Not that that's true, but I can say that.
Yeah. I have been wondering to pick it back up, just because at the hospitals and everything, you come across so many French patients. And it's so confusing, because you can see me going around with my computer and my Google Translate, because I just can't express myself, and it's so frustrating.
Yeah. No, but like I said,
I didn't have it in my education, and I really missed it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had it in high school for 6 years. I'm like, I pick up languages pretty quickly.
Me too, as long as I'm devoted. But the teacher lost me. She went way too fast for me, and I lost her, and that screwed over my French in my second year already.
I'm generally pretty devoted, but then, like, I didn't like Latin, so I was like, I just didn't like it, so I failed at that. But I did like ancient Greek, and I was really good at it, but I wasn't allowed to continue because I was failing at Latin.
That's frustrating.
Yeah, because I was like, literally, like, we have like a grading system from a scale from 1 to 10, 1 being like the absolute lowest and 10 being the highest you can get. I was like a 9.7 in ancient Greek, and it was like a 4 in Latin.
Like, that's annoying.
I didn't care about Latin. I did care about Greek, but I could not continue with the one without the other, so that's sad. And I did not understand German. I don't get the der, die, das, des, den.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it.
And that's my problem with Latin as well.
I loved Latin. It was we
never had it.
We did it. I did so much Latin, and I got all the grammar. Like, grammar was not an issue for me. I could understand it, but half of our classes was grammar, and the other half was translating the texts, and that is where it lost me. Like, I could tell you exactly what the words were and what sort of grammatical coherence they had, and then I wouldn't put a sentence correct. Nothing would work after that.
For me, I love translating. I just don't like the grammar. Do they?
We should have paired up. We should have done a team. It would have worked.
With the both of us, we would have been like the best Latin student ever. I just wondered.
It was because I had a teacher, because I had a teacher and he used to adore it. He was very into the ancient, like, Latin and Greek and stuff, and he used to always ask me questions about grammar, and I'd always answer him, and he'd be like, yeah, you got that, you understood it. And then he'd ask me to translate a sentence, and he'd look at me and go, how in the world did you mess that up? Like, how How?
I still know from my first text that we needed to translate was like Jupiter est Deus. Jupiter est Deus et Dominus. Like so stupid, but that's like apparently Duolingo offers Latin. You know what else Duolingo offers?
No.
High Valyrian.
Really?
What?
No way.
Yes, way. Like that way. There it is. Right above the
Oh my
Latin.
god.
What?
Okay,
That's
now
awesome.
I'm intrigued. I'm gonna download Duolingo.
I'm so
Yeah, me too. I'm
confused. It's
gonna
like
get
it's
back.
not even a technical language. I'm like, what?
I'm
But
gonna
yeah,
get it back.
I loved Latin. Translating Latin the other way around was so confusing to me. He made us translate French towards Latin.
What? No. Nope.
My brain did not work. Do you know the philosopher Pascal with the Les Pensées? Not Les Pensées. Let me think about it. Do you know Proust, with the guy that's famous for writing a scene about a cake for like 20 pages?
Yeah.
No.
He made us translate that towards Latin.
Excuse me?
Hmm. The sentences were like 5 lines long, and the grammar was all over the place. It made no sense.
Honestly, this is going to sound like so privileged, but I thought Duolingo had more languages. I mean, for like English speakers, there's obviously quite a few, but I just thought there were more, I suppose.
Mm.
Oh my god, I'm honestly checking the High Valyrian out now. How
There's
crazy.
Klingon?
Wait, yeah, oh, cool. That's right above it. Lol.
You can learn Klingon.
Why
I
is
don't
there
know
no
why it would be
Dothraki?
helpful.
I want to learn Dothraki.
I'd prefer to learn Dothraki.
Why is there no Dothraki?
This is so crazy. Like, I'm not putting it on speech right now with the High Valyrian, but I can't even make it out. Like, Vala is supposed to be man, and Taupa or something is supposed to be boy. Like, I can't even make the connection.
Yeah.
I think Rinya is either woman or girl, but I have no idea. Because I know Misa is mother. This is so crazy.
Tauba is boy.
Yeah.
That confused me.
Vala is man.
'cause
Rinya is girl.
Yeah, those are crazy words.
Girl
Like,
and
I don't even hear it. Munya mother. Oh, Munya is mother. What was Misa? What language was it? Because I remember, I don't remember her name. Oh my god, this is bad.
Maybe it depends on, like, with Dia Dame D Das. Maybe it's the same in Valerian, where there's, like, different forms to a word.
True.
I don't know. Munya Nyuha. Excuse me?
I'm at the same one, like, literally at the same one.
I'm thinking my mother? It's my mother. Okay, I don't think this is the language for me right now.
Nah, me neither. I'm going to the French, just so you girls can laugh with me if I'm messing up.
No, it's like
You
if you
won't
just
laugh.
start from scratch, the beginning's easy.
Yeah, that's what you're saying to a total noob of French.
Can we?
That
Can
would
we
be
just?
funny if this would be actual a video. Trying new languages. Let's see how bad I am.
Is
Let's
there a
go
way?
I
for
mean, you
basics.
could do that.
Is there a way to delete like a course from Duolingo?
I don't know.
See, this is crazy. What do you hear? I'm not even putting it on listening it because I'm with my headset on. Otherwise, I can't hear you, girl. So I can't even put it on. Like, this is gonna sound weird. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be hearing. Oh, it's That's annoying if I can't hear it.
Wait, what are your usernames on Duolingo?
How do you mean?
Hang on, I haven't started a course yet. I'm gonna start. Oh, I might
Like,
start
I'm going
Spanish
for
again.
French.
Yeah, but you
Doesn't
have
matter.
like a user. If you finish a course, go to your profile and let me know your username so I can follow you, so we can have friend updates.
See, these kind of things are annoying me. Like a boy, is it un homme or un garçon? Those kind of things are always fucking my head.
Garçon, because homme is man and garçon is boy.
Yeah, see, those kind of things, I know it's male, but I just keep on forgetting those little things.
Yeah, but that's practice. The more you practice those words, like the way they taught me is basically every time you see or hear or read something, there's basically like a very small pathway made in your brain. Well, not physically, but like in your mind. And the more
Yeah.
often you do that, the wider the pathway becomes and the more easy it is for you to remember.
Probably. Tap the matching pairs. See, it's already starting with grammar, and what the heck?
No, I think that's just literally like, I don't know, have you set it to Dutch or have you set it to English?
English. So I was a little mindfucked at first, like, what the heck is this? But you just have to combine
Yeah,
them with
so you
English
have
and
to basically the English word and pair it with the French translation.
yeah, I was like, what is this?
Qu'est-ce que c'est? To stay in the French?
What's c'est quoi ça then?
What is this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And in that case, it's very. I can't speak now. I'm not gonna do the speaking exercises.
Oh
'Cause
no,
we
I never do the speaking exercises. I just, read the sentences aloud when I'm doing them.
But how they pronounced "sha" was so weird through the phone. It was like, are you saying "sa"? Like, what are you saying?
Yeah, but it's like, yeah, the way I learned it is that it is sa. It's like the C with the thingy underneath and then A, right?
Yeah, but I was on about the cat. A cat, like a sha, a sha.
Oh, sha. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
they instead of the sh sound, they make it like sound like an S sound. So I was a little confused, like what you're pronouncing
Yeah,
here. I
fair.
can't see this.
Yeah, the translation, like the pronunciation, sometimes is a bit weird. It depends on who's saying it.
Yeah,
But like overall, I think the structure of the course works.
true. Oh my god, I feel like I haven't seen French in years.
Yeah, like the other day I had like the sentence I had to translate, I think like about a guy wanting to bring his cow to the party, and I was like, I don't know when I'm going to use this, but maybe
Yeah.
useful sometime. I mean, I don't have a cow, but if I had a cow, I'd like to bring my cow to the party.
See, but in that case, I don't know what a cow is, but I know buff is like beef. I do know it like that.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
don't ask me what a cow is.
Vache.
Vache.
La vache qui rit, the cow that laughs.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
See, I would forget that kind of stuff. I know what the meat is called, but don't ask me the living creature.
If you point to the living creature and say buff, they know what you mean.
But they'll laugh at me. For certain, they will laugh.
Well, at least you'll be making an effort.
True.
I agree.
I don't know. I think they'll say sha, but I'm not sure. Yeah. They're talking about a cheval as well. But I'm like,
That's
yeah,
a
we are not
horse.
talking about a horse here.
Look at my little Brontosaurus.
I think
how
he's so cute. He's very cute.
He's very big. Like this thing
Is
is.
it the one from IKEA?
Yes, it is the one from IKEA. It's very.
I
soft.
wanted it, and my boyfriend was like, "Put it back." I was like, "But I want it," and she was like, "No, put it back." And I'm like,
I was going to get the
"No."
small one, and then I saw they had big ones, so I put the small one back, and I bought the big one instead.
Fair. I would do that as well.
I also want to know if they have any more, because if they have more, I also want the T-Rex. But like the Brontosaurus is my favorite.
Yeah, I get that.
I used to love dinosaurs as a kid. I used to
Also,
love them.
by
I
the way,
still love them.
not us being live on YouTube doing Duolingo.
Yeah, that's not us.
I mean, like, is there a better way to live?
No, I'm not saying that. It's in a bad way. I'm just like, I just think it's funny.
Okay, I have a profile. How do I find my profile?
Well, if you
Aha.
have, like, I don't know, this is what my app looks like when I start. Focus. This is all white. It's not
Very
all
bright.
white. There
Very
we go.
bright.
Yeah, I got the same thing.
And then there's like the face underneath here. Where's my finger? Like, I have to do this mirror image. So the face,
I'll
there's the
send it
face.
to you.
Focus, face. And then up there, under your username, there, it should say your name. So my name is FemkeR13.
I'll send you mine. I sent it to you on the private chat on the live because I couldn't be bothered to open another app to send it to you.
I was on Twitter and I was like, where is it? Add friends. So this is Lauren.
Yeah, I'll be sending mine as soon as I finish the French class. But I hate it.
I've
They
just finished
like
the Spanish one.
accidental typos. They count it as a mistake. That's not fair.
Do they? For me, they don't count it as if it's a genuine mistake, they will take a heart.
Yeah.
And if it depends on the typo, I guess.
Like I accidentally wrote "sha" with a Q instead of an A, and they broke my streak. And I was like, "Why do you break my streak? It was accidental." Like,
yeah.
I know a cat isn't written with a Q. Yeah, nice for the jams. Day streak. Are you gonna keep me accountable for this one?
I'm on 27. And then there's also Sasha, who is on day, let me see.
400 and something?
Sasha is on day 472.
I knew it was 400 and something.
And then there's Cleo, who is on day 105.
What languages?
I think
Sasha's
Cleo is
doing
Chinese.
Cleo why is my name? My name is with a number, a long number.
Yeah, it's like a username to find you. You know how they like randomly generate numbers so that
you can change
you're not mixed up with a different Naomi.
Like you can change your name if you want to.
Okay.
Don't know how I did that, but you can.
Oh well.
I don't know how it happened, but it happened.
Well,
right,
I'm going to change this one, but that's what it is right now.
Yeah, I can't read it like that. Sorry.
Yeah, it's very blurry.
It's blurry.
762000 after my name, but I'm gonna change it.
I found you. I have added you.
Yeah, I just saw it. And now Duolingo is like, we missed you. Welcome back. I started Italian once on there. Once.
Yeah.
And I followed you back.
Yay.
Yeah, my French is so incredibly rusty. It's like close to non-existent.
Yeah, but you'll get there.
I feel like you just need to get a hang of it, and once like basically like the chest has opened up, it'll get more easier.
I do remember people getting absolutely scared in French when all I could say was a piqûre. Like, and they were like, what? I was like, you need one, a piqûre. And they were like, no, completely horror struck.
What
But
is
the
this
person-
word? I do not know this word.
Piqûre is to needles.
Yeah, with a
Oh, like
syringe.
acupuncture or just needle?
Yeah, like a needle with a syringe, like an injection
Oh, right,
of
yeah.
something.
Right. Yeah, I
And
remember
they're
in our
like,
class they were teaching us about poisson and poison at the same time. And I remember like people asking for poison instead of asking for fish.
they
That's like
can get
talking about
some.
the desert and dessert at the same time. It doesn't work.
Yeah, I'm still confused at times. Like sometimes I literally have to Google it. It's like, is it now with double S or single S? Literally, just not to make mistakes. Like it's so confusing at times.
Yeah.
Very confusing.
And yet we love languages, even though they're confusing us.
Yep. Like imagine
do.
doing French and Spanish and Italian all at the same time, all being Romance languages but slightly different.
Yeah.
This was
You
not
do
my
know how to torture yourself, though, don't you? Like,
Yeah.
Well, even though my French is very rusty, it did help me in Italy though. With like the days of the week, like there are some similarities, whereas I actually did remember them. Like I could recognize certain words because of it.
Would there be like a Duolingo course for like the imperial system they use in America? How to translate an inch to a centimeter and how to translate a yard
I
to
have no
meters
idea.
or something?
I just use the conversion things on Google, and I'll put the amount in the
Yeah.
thing I know and wait for
Yeah.
the result to pop up.
Yeah,
Yeah, same.
I still don't know why they thought it was a good idea. I just don't get it.
I don't know. I don't
But it's
know.
also in English quite confusing, isn't it? Like by bike, they say so many kilometers, or is it by bus or something? But once they're actually driving themselves, they're going in completely different measurements.
You can do miles, yeah, instead of kilometers in English.
And that's like,
I always talk in kilometers.
why
but-
don't just do it in kilometers and keep it like a clean slate for everyone, so everybody gets you.
Yeah. And like the fun thing about miles is like there's also nautical miles, which are like 1.8 kilometer instead of like 1.6. So it's like, can we just not, please?
Which mile are we talking about again?
Yeah.
Just so I make sure.
Well, like typically you talk about nautical miles when you're on a boat. And regular miles when you're not on a boat. Like usually.
Yeah, but,
But with Americans,
unless they're
You
on
never
a
know.
boat talking about a road trip on land, then you can get confused.
yeah. But I just don't get it. Like the other day, I just saw something like if you want to know how many feet are in a mile, I don't even remember what it was. Like you just have to remember this. And I was like, that's actually very handy and very stupid that you need this to remember how many feet are in a mile. Let me see
But
if
you can remember it now.
Yeah, if only I could remember, what it was. Let me see if I can find it. It was just... Yeah, to remember how many feet there are in a mile, you just got to use 5 tomatoes. 5 tomatoes sounds like 5 to 8 O's, and there's 5,280 feet in a mile. Why is there 5,280 feet in a mile? It does not make sense.
Yeah, I get it, but it's indeed, you need to think of it.
I don't have an answer for that.
Why? Like with metric, it's like it's all 10.
But
10
why on earth
centimeters.
do they measure it
They
by feet?
like to confuse people.
Exactly.
Well, like that would be funny if they weren't the ones being confused most of the time.
Yeah, exactly.
I just watched a couple of like videos on TikTok about like geography, and they asked where South Africa was, and they pointed at Morocco, and I was like,
What?
at least you're on the right continent.
I've seen this, and I've seen this, but I've seen it with they were trying to place the US, but the map was upside down. But a couple were like random countries, and I was like, the map's not even the right way around. But I've seen the same thing done in England, in the UK, and
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's done here as well, but it's like okay, like for me personally, my geography is really good. Like, I mean, I dare say that about myself.
Mine's bad.
There's like, there's this website called Sporkle where you can do, well, basically useless quizzes. Like, if you fancy that, you can do a quiz like name all 151 original Pokemon, that kind of stuff. Like, really useless stuff. But there's also like geography where it's a quiz. You have to name, well, like all depends on what definition and what year and everything you're using, but like 197 countries of the world in 20 minutes. And like I can do that with like 7 minutes to spare.
That's crazy.
But there's some things that just made me chuckle. Like there was it was done in France for the same sort of thing, 20% off, and they're like 20% off of this price, and she's like, oh, 20% off, so minus 20, and she gives this number of minus 20 out, and I'm like, that's not, but like the number's like 20 something, so it's like 28, and they're like 20% off, so she's like 8, no. And then she goes back and forth with herself, and by the end of it she's got like 10, and we're like, where did you get this random number from? She had reasoning, but it wasn't good reasoning.
Yeah.
20% off, divide by 5, and then subtract 5, like the fifth part from the original. It's not that difficult.
I do it that way, but my friends don't do it that way. They automatically divide by 5, and I'm like, but
I just use Google.
Works too.
Works as well.
Like for me, it really depends on like the number, because if it's like 28, then it would be easier for me to say, okay, like what's 10%? So that's €2.80, and then do that twice. So that's €5.60, and then 28 minus 5.60. So I just first calculate what the 10% is, multiply that by whatever the percentage off is, and then subtract that from the original. And do that in like a few seconds instead of like.
You see, I don't do it that way. If you gave me 28 and told me 20%, I'd go, okay, so 20 divided by 4 is, and then I'd search for ages, and I'd try and find 25%, and then I'd try to find 5%, and then I'd take the 5% from the 25, and then I'd take the 20% off. It doesn't make sense, but that's the way my brain works.
It's the right answer. It's not wrong.
Well, yeah, but it takes a lot longer than planned. But that's the way the brain is wired. So
yeah, I mean, if it's like, if you'd say like it was 30 or like 25 euros, it'd be like 20% off. Yeah, that's €5 off. So that's €20.
Yeah.
But if it's like 28, which is not directly, divisible by 8. By 5. So then I, just change it. So just first figure out what the 10% is, and then multiply that by whatever the percentage is.
True. The problem with me is I have to write it down in order to see it. A lot of the time, and at a shop, I'm just too lazy. So I just grab my phone and give it into Google, or I just ask someone.
I mean, it works. If it works, it works.
If it works, it works.
I was looking at dinosaur plushies, by the way, but I got distracted.
Did you find the T-Rex or not?
I did not
That's
find
one thing I need to
T-Rex,
find more
but
of.
they have a Stegosaurus and a Triceratops.
Are you going to be going to IKEA or?
Oh, for sure. Look at it.
Oh, it's
Oh,
really cute as well.
I need this. And then there's this one.
oh,
Lauren, dinosaur.
so cute.
Okay, that's it. You've done me, and I need to find dinosaur books now because all I'm gonna think about now is dinosaurs.
And then they also have Ankylosaurus.
How cute is that?
And they also have the
You're so
T-Rex.
cute.
But the T-Rex looks angry. The T-Rex don't look happy.
A cute, angry T-Rex.
It's a very angry T-Rex.
It has very cute, tiny little front arms.
Yeah.
Oh, look. Look at it sitting. Wait, that way. That way.
Oh.
That's cute.
But
The
these are
question is, though, which one are you gonna get?
all of them?
I was
Okay.
going to say, Pumpkin is thinking.
I was just
all of
checking.
them.
I was just checking.
So we
But
know
they're
what
all-
to send her by her birthday. We're just going to send her dinosaurs, and she's happy.
It's not my birthday for a long while.
Enough time to save up for a proper dinosaur.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a good idea. I've seen Jurassic Park. It doesn't end well.
True. True.
Yeah, but what if you get one of like the compies, one of the small ones? Because those are very cute.
They're very cute, but I think it's still a bad idea.
Small doesn't mean safe.
No, but the compies are only very dangerous if they are with large amounts of people, because then every single one will bite you and then you'll die. But if you only have the one, it'll be fine.
Just one.
I remember absolutely loving the Dinosaurs movie from Disney as a kid.
Oh, I loved that. I loved it.
Absolutely loved that one.
I think I was traumatized by it because I know I have it and I have seen it, but I literally don't remember anything. Except
I
for
love
like
this.
dinosaur
scene
egg
with the
being
egg rolling
trampled
around.
in the beginning, I
Yeah.
think, and there's like a T-Rex maw just coming from behind
Yep.
like foliage or
Yeah.
something. And I think there was also something with a meteorite.
Yeah,
technically.
yeah.
And everything died or something, but I don't remember that.
You do remember it.
No, but I don't know exactly. Like, I think I remember the meteorite, but I don't know what happened after. I think everything died, but I don't know that, like, from the movie.
Well, that would be a very short movie. That would be a movie of 15 minutes.
Yeah, but isn't the meteorite at the end? I thought the meteorite was the end.
The beginning.
No, it's the beginning.
Oh, well,
after
see,
the rolling of the egg.
after that, I don't remember anything. So, and like, we're also with like Sasha's Patreons. We're doing read-alongs for all the Jurassic Park movies.
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah, I've never watched the original 3 Jurassic Parks. Well, I have
Really?
just saw both of you in tandem going like,
What?
but yeah, no.
It's shocking.
I mean,
A
I've watched the
dinosaur
first 2
lover has
now. I've watched the first 2 now, but before that, I'd never watched them. But
So
I
what do you think
know-
of them?
I really like the first one. Like the graphics and everything were a lot better than I was expecting them to be.
Yeah, they're fantastic, especially if you know how old those movies are by now.
Yeah, exactly. And for the second one, I loved the baby T-Rex. That was like my favorite part of the entire movie. And I love Malcolm. But I didn't like the second one as much as I liked the first one. But like, here's the thing. I think I may have watched at least part of the third one when I was a kid, when I was like 5 or something. And
Yeah.
I remember being like literally traumatized by it, by like a specific scene. But I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it was that movie or if it was another one.
I haven't watched them in forever.
I used
I
to love
keep on
them as a
mixing
kid. I
them
was
up.
dinosaur obsessed.
I do remember the third one, but I always forget which one is the first and which one is the second. Which one is it with the kitchen and the children and the velociraptors? Which
That's
one is
the
it?
first one.
That's the
The
first
kitchen
one.
and the
It's the
children
one
is
with the
first one.
yeah.
Okay. Then I do know in what order they are.
Yeah.
I can't
I
wait
used to
for the
love
new
that one.
one. For like Jurassic World. Like I can't wait for
When's
the new
that
one.
coming out?
June.
Wasn't it this summer? It looks so good, especially because the old cast that Femke is experiencing for the first time is coming back. Partially. That's like so nostalgic.
Sorry, I just missed a little part of the conversation. My mom just came to told me to scram, basically.
Ouch.
No, they're going to bed, so I'll just be moving downstairs so I can continue
yeah.
talking to you.
My brother was also texting me like 2 hours ago. Can you please tone it down? People are trying to sleep. I was like, dude, it's 9 p.m. Like, you're talking to your girlfriend until the middle of the night, and I can't have one live chat. I was
Yeah.
like, yeah, screw you, in a way.
Yeah, but no, like Jurassic Park Dominion comes out in June.
Yeah,
I'm excited for it.
me too. Like, I
I'm
love
still-
watching dinosaurs.
I'm still hurt by the second one, like the second Jurassic World one, where they leave the dinosaurs on the island and they die because of the volcano.
I cried.
Yeah,
I sobbed. I ugly cried.
yeah.
But like,
And I'm so excited to see what happens to Blue.
I hope Blue doesn't die.
Like,
But Blue,
me too.
Blue's
she's so
probably going to
precious
die.
already. Like, don't die.
Yeah. I always hate it when like the brontosaurus die because I'm like they're innocent. They haven't done anything wrong.
Yeah, they
except
did nothing.
Eat leaves. The
Yeah.
only thing they do is eat leaves. Why must they die?
They're like an ancient kind of giraffe. I always compare it to an Asian giraffe.
This is my
A long
brontosaurus.
neck,
Adorable.
eating leaves.
Yeah. Giraffes eat like I don't know what they're called in like pallets too. Like the pallet food. I fed one in South Africa, so
But I always compare them to the nowadays creatures.
yeah, they're very sweet animals. They are impatient because they were very much like, feed me now.
How would you be if
Kind
you
of
were
like
hungry?
a cat.
Oh, but to be fair, he couldn't have been hungry, or she couldn't have been hungry because of it, like literally they're eating all day. That's all they're doing. They eat.
And they shit,
That too.
preferably.
All right, let's move everything downstairs. Whoops.
And so we're getting a little house tour all the way downstairs.
Wait, let me see. Turn this one off. Where's the light switch? There should be a light switch here somewhere. Where's the light switch? There's the light switch. Turn the light off.
But I cry way too easily when it comes to films.
Oh, same. Put on sad music and I'm sobbing.
We watched,
I hardly ever cry. I feel heartless at times.
We
Excuse
watched
me,
8
Charmin.
Below the other day, and it's about, I don't know if you've seen it.
Which one?
8 Below.
No, I haven't watched it.
It's about these researchers in Antarctica, and they have these huskies that pull the sled along. And I mean, I
I've
cried
seen a trailer for that one.
I cried like 3 times in the film. I'd seen it
Oh.
before,
Yeah.
and my mum said I'm watching 8 Below, and she just said the name of the film, and I was sobbing.
The only film that ever got me crying and makes me cry regardless is The Lion King. That's the only movie that makes me cry. Like,
I cry all the
guaranteed.
time for books and films. It's just easily done.
And with Lord of the Rings as well, if I watch all 3 of them in a row at the very end and
Het is
the
hier
final
nogal
film.
wat. Moet door elkaar gewoon.
Molly and Me. I don't know if you've seen the
Yeah,
movie.
Yeah.
But I
At
cried
movies.
like 30 minutes before the dog even dies. Like I
Really?
start crying before we even know he's ill. I'm already a sobbing mess.
Oh,
Nou,
that's
misschien
cute in a
It's
movie.
just easy to do.
Yeah,
I
remember
cry
watching that movie
constantly
at
for
the
these
movie.
things. I
I
get
remember
way too
watching that movie at
attached
the
to
movie.
them.
Yeah, I get that. But there are hardly any movies I cry with. Yeah, and sometimes, but I think that's just the sentimental part, is when the score of statues from Alexander Desplat from Harry Potter turns on. Like in the trailer from the final movie, you see like Hogwarts burning down. It's when the soundtrack when the statues are coming to life to protect Hogwarts. And I don't know, for some reason back then when it came out, I felt like my own little home burned down. Like it got so real that I also tear up, but I don't like sob. You
Oh,
know?
I watched Me Before You and I cried 30 minutes after the film had ended. I just kept
But that
crying.
is a sad movie. That is
Ik
a
ga
sad
eigenlijk
movie.
al meer.
Yeah, but I just kept crying and I couldn't stop and I just sobbed for like hours afterwards.
I watched it with my best friend and he kept on crying throughout the
Wel,
film.
Tristan. Yeah, no, I watched Les Miserables, like the one with like what are they called, Anne Hathaway and everything, and I just
New Jackman and stuff.
didn't really register that it might be a movie about miserable people. So I just
Les Miserables.
yeah, I know, but it didn't register. I had no idea what it was about, and I just cried the entire movie. And I was like, at one point I was like, okay, I'm good, I'm fine, and then something happened, like I'm not fine.
Yeah,
It's my favorite movie, my favorite story. I saw it on stage in London and I sat there for hours just sort of going, I'm dead inside, but I'm having such a good time.
Excuse,
Yeah,
like
I
the lighting, the weird lighting. I have like a heater here because the heating turned off and I don't feel like turning it back on, so I just have this portable heater, but it's very bright, and this is like the lowest, and it can go like a lot brighter. And it's very warm. It's very toasty.
But I cry a lot, even for books. I will cry a lot.
I only remember
an animal
crying with
companion dies, I'll be sobbing.
Like I only ever cried with the
doesn't have to
silliest
be an
book,
animal.
but only because I felt attached to someone I knew I couldn't have, and it was with New Moon when Edward was leaving Bella. And that's
that
the
was the
only
worst.
book and only scene I've ever cried with. But just because I don't know, I think it's just the sentimental value to it. Like the moment I also
I
felt
didn't read the
attached
books
to
till after the film, so I didn't get that attachment.
New Moon is the only one I fully read from the books. I started Breaking Dawn once, so completely out of order, and after 100 pages I was like, yeah, is this for real? Like all they did was getting married and fuck, and that's it in 100 pages. I was like, nope. But that's years ago, so I am probably gonna reread all the books in the right order to see what it is all about and if it's really as bad and just a guilty pleasure, or
I
if
still
it's really
love
not for
them.
me.
Like they're like objectively, they're not terribly great books, but it's just like for nostalgia, I love them so much. Like I know. I was obsessed with them, and I think I read the first Twilight book, if I remember correctly, 27 times.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot.
Yeah, I was obsessed.
But did you read them in Dutch at first, or?
Yeah. I read the first 3 in Dutch, And then I didn't feel like waiting for the final book to come out in Dutch, so I just read that in English instead.
Oh, yeah.
Makes sense.
It does
So-
indeed.
But I mean, books can make me cry, but like, it doesn't have to be an animal at all. It can be.
No, but if
it
it's
can
an
be
animal,
anything.
it's going to make me cry for sure.
Oh yeah, if it's an animal, I will definitely cry. But
Yeah.
I mean, I read La Rue qui nous sépare last year, and I stayed up all night, and I couldn't see the pages of the book. I was crying that much, and I just kept sobbing. But I was like, I have to continue. And my boyfriend at the time had walked in, and he was like, it was like 3
What?
or 4 in the morning, and I'm sobbing, and I'm trying to read this book, and I'm like, I can't see the pages, but I need to keep reading. And he's like, what is going on?
Yeah, this is so
What are you
familiar.
doing?
I had the same with my ex as well. Like I was just, reading. I'm like, nah, I'll just keep reading for a couple more minutes, right? And so at one point, he wakes up to go to the bathroom, and he's like, "Are you still reading?" Maybe.
No. No, me never.
Why'd you ask?
Yeah. That's very relatable in a way.
Yeah.
But not with the crying. Like, I do feel emotional, but actual, like, sobbing and crying and not being able to read anymore, I haven't had that.
I couldn't see the pages. The
I
worst
also
part
have that.
is. Go on.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh.
The worst part is, like, the author puts in a note before the chapter, and she says, because the author decided on 2 endings, so you have an alternative ending, and she says, if you don't feel prepared to cry, please skip chapter number from here to here and just keep reading. And I was like, no, I'm gonna keep reading.
Can't be
And I
that bad.
sobbed. It can't be that bad. And I just sobbed and sobbed and sobbed. And I was like, I can't believe you're doing this to me.
I had the same with like Empire of Gold, the ending. Like, I won't spoil, like, don't worry. I was like, I thought it was like such a perfect ending. It was sad but perfect, and I was just crying so much.
Yep.
I was just like sobbing.
I mean, I cried in the middle of Kingdom of Copper.
Yeah.
That's
I
the
cried a
second
lot
one,
in Kingdom
right?
of Copper.
Yeah,
Yep.
Kingdom of Copper is the second one. Empire of Gold is the last one. Like, the ending of Empire of Gold, like, wasn't maybe what I wanted, but it was
But
like
it was an excellent ending.
It was a perfect ending. Because I also know that what I wanted wasn't realistic. Like, with everything happening, it wasn't realistic. So it was like the perfect ending. And it was, in a way, was super wholesome, but it was also so sad. And I was sobbing. I was absolutely sobbing. I have like a photo I sent Esme, I think, when I was reading that, like, well, this is how it's going.
Yeah, I had that with A Number in the Ashes. I don't know. Have you both read the full series?
Yeah.
I haven't read it, but it's not something I'm interested in. I mean, I didn't. The pitch didn't get me.
I was so sad when Harper died. I was so sad. And
wait,
Harper
we're
is
talking
his
about
half.
Ember in the Ashes. No, I haven't finished that, but that's okay. I don't mind spoilers.
I was so confused. I was to be sure not to spoil.
Yeah, no, I was still thinking about City of Brass.
Oh yeah.
So, but like, no, that's okay. But I was like,
but it's
Harper? Like, there's no Harper in City of Brass.
Yeah, it's like that was so sad. Like, if I was in a much more emotional state, I could have cried. But I think that's with most of the situations I've been in. Like, if I had been more vulnerable reading this at this moment, I probably would be crying.
I mean, I cried for Assassin's Apprentice by Robin Hobb. Like, I just started crying because you think something happens, and then I kept reading, and there was a different perspective, and then I realized it hadn't happened, so I was crying over something thing that didn't even happen.
Oh yeah.
So I just sobbed for nothing. But it made me.
That's
I'm very
brutal
attached to
anyway.
those characters. Have you read Robin Hood? Either of you?
No, not yet. She
It's on
intimidates me.
my 335 book TBR.
She intimidates me.
So it might take
Okay.
a while. I'm trying to find the picture where I was crying, but I can't.
I mean, if I can push it on your list, I will.
Well, first you'd have to guess the shelf correctly.
Damn, how many shelves were there? 27.
27.
Damn. Oh, that scares me.
Well, it
It's
probably
not on
ain't
shelf.
17
Oh, that scares
or
me
3.
for help.
I mean, you
I
could
think-
sort of calculate what shelf it should be on.
Damn it.
Oh yeah, it was in alphabetical order.
Mm-hmm.
Hop. But then
How
it also
have
depends
you
on-
organized them?
Alphabetically by author's last name.
Shit.
But then it depends. Is it like horizontally or is
Hob.
it vertically?
No, it starts like I have 4 shelves.
Okay, but are you going A that way? Yeah.
Horizontally or vertically?
Yeah, no, it's like I start top left
Mhm.
and then I go all the way to
But
the
like,
right.
are you doing A, B, C, or are you going A, B, C?
No, A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
Mhm.
H, I. It's not that, but it's going that way. Like it's not neatly split because
Okay.
sometimes it didn't fit. So I found a thinner book that did fit. So it's sometimes a bit shuffle, but well, you should know. Like Lynette Noni, that's N, was at shelf 17. So
Oh gosh.
I think I know.
You do
which
know that's
shelf
not
it's on.
helpful because I have no idea how many other books of other letters you have.
It's pretty even.
I'm leaning toward
I'd
like
say.
12 or 13, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, and I think you'd be right because I think it should be on 13.
You know what that means, Lauren? She's going to read it. Because you guessed the shelf.
Makes sense.
I think it's 13, but it could be 14. But I'm not
If
entirely
she
sure.
asks
With like
me what book she has to read, I will be saying Assassin's Apprentice. Mind you, depending, I might give you the Bone Shard Daughter instead.
You already gave that to me. That's on my 12 books to read in 12 months by 12 friends.
Oh, that's actually a nice challenge.
I know.
I still need to
know.
read it. I still have to. So many
I mean,
books.
it is my favorite book of 2021.
Yeah, but like, see, the point is like there's 335 books on my TBR, and honestly, I'm excited about nearly all of them.
Well, let's go by a book a day. Then you'll finish your TBR, physical TBR by the end of the year.
Yeah, I'd love that, but
Ain't nobody got time for that.
60-hour weeks currently. Plus, there are 1,000+ page books on there, so I'm
Well,
not going to be able to
She
finish
just
those.
mentioned Hop. So, and Hop says enough.
Yeah, but Hop's only 400 pages, at least the first one.
Yeah, I was gonna say they start small, but before you realize they're massive.
Yeah, but I only have the first one.
The
so-
first one's only 400 pages. They're not that big, like. Yeah, but the second one's.
Yeah, there's small middle grades on my TBR. There's also, I can't graphic novels.
I was gonna say mangas.
Yeah, well, sort of graphic novels.
Yeah.
And then there's like 1,000-page chunkers as well. So
There's a balance.
Yeah.
Mhm. Even though, unless it are like these kind of mangas, because they exist as well. The
Yeah, I
hefty one.
have I don't know if you know Junji Ito.
Yeah, they're big ones.
I read Uzumaki and I'm still disturbed by that book.
I really want them. Like, I saw one today, but I thought like 40 euros is a bit much for
I'm
one graphic
disturbed and I
novel.
haven't read them.
Yeah, let's just say I kind of have a phobia for snails now.
Snails.
Yeah, snails.
Okay.
It's very
I can live with that.
disturbing.
I love to eat them, so I think I'll just think about it like that. I'll just eat them.
Oh no.
What?
Sorry.
Let's go is so
Is that
good.
the one with the spirals?
Yeah, that's the one with the spirals, and I don't know, just snails is something that I will refuse to eat. I try lots of things. I mean, when I was in South Africa, I ate ostrich and
Ostrich is really good.
yeah, like lots of different wild animals, even when I didn't realize. Like I ordered like the carpaccio. I don't know if that's something you have in Belgium and France as well.
Yeah,
And
carpaccio.
I just assumed it was beef. It wasn't. It turned out to be I don't know what it is in English, but it turned out to be springbok.
Oh, yeah.
It tasted fine, honestly, but it's like if you expect it to be beef and it's not, you're like, this tastes
Yeah.
weirdly.
Yeah. Carpaccio is like this very slim, like very
Yeah, very
small,
thinly sliced
like raw
beef.
meat.
Yeah.
Usually beef.
No,
Raw beef.
technically, like the term carpaccio technically is beef. The term
Yeah.
means beef. So technically, if you have anything, if you say like carpaccio of ostrich, I don't know, I'm just naming some because I also have that.
Yeah.
It's technically not carpaccio because carpaccio is beef. So it's technically
Yeah.
just thinly sliced ostrich. But
Mhm.
carpaccio sounds fancier.
True. No, but snails are tasty though. With
Yeah,
lots of garlic. They're good.
yeah, it's like
Laura's like, nope, nope, nope. They're not
I tried
slimy.
mussels and I was very proud of myself for trying mussels because I don't know, I just get this kind of like visceral reaction when you give me one of those like well, I'm just going to call them slimy, like slimy things.
Yeah. Oysters.
Oysters.
No.
Yeah, that's
The
another
only
thing.
thing I can think of when I see somebody eating an oyster is snot. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I can think of, and it grosses me out. And I just sit there and I'm like, ooh.
But the
Considering
problem is,
in
I don't
France,
yeah.
it's like the starter for like fancy meals, so like Christmas and New Year's and things. So I'll be sat there going,
Nope.
no thank you, no thank you. You keep your snot. It's not for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And here to say to learn to eat them is to put them underneath, like we call it a salamander. Like it's some sort of grill, like you put grilled cheese on them and then it like scratchinate. Like how do you say it? Like a crusty cheese cover.
Mhm.
But the problem is I don't like melt cheese. I get genuinely sick of it. So I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna try that. And if you see other people trying it raw and vomit it back up in the sink, I'm like, no, thank you. I'm not gonna try oysters. Like, no, thank you.
I've seen
Like,
no.
the point with oysters is like they're supposed to be very good, but if they're gone bad, you're going to be so sick. Like
Yeah, but it's the
yeah,
same
it's like
with mussels, actually.
yeah, like I said, I was very proud of myself for trying a mussel, and that's about it. And the only thing I
Yeah,
tasted was garlic because it was like doused in garlic, so that was fine. But I didn't like the
yeah.
texture; it's too slimy.
It
I
still
mean,
reminds me of snot.
if you like snails and everything, that's great. But no, they're not for me. I'm afraid I'm not courageous enough to try those yet.
But they're very good. They're also not rubbery. People will tell you they're rubbery, but they're not. If you've got good snails, they're not rubbery nor slimy.
Yeah, I feel like I'm not brave enough to try enough snails to tell the good ones from the bad ones.
Well, maybe we should go out together, and then I'll eat the snails if you don't like them,
Yeah,
just so
no,
you can
yeah.
try them with no guilt.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't think so. I'm sorry.
You do not look convinced, Femke. You're kind of
No,
like, still
like-
no.
I'm not a very picky eater. I'll try a lot.
But no snails.
No, just the idea. And clams and
Well,
oysters.
it's not the slimy creature you see on the pavement.
No, but
It's
see,
not
that's
But
what I
it
see
is.
in my mind. That's
But
what
it
I see in
is.
my mind.
They're the
It's the
same
ones from the
thing.
vineyards. Like, it's a different kind. Like,
Yeah.
It's not up here. Up here, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
like you can eat rabbit, but it's not the same fluffy bunny you've got at home. It's not
It
the
is to
same.
me.
You see, like the problem is, or well, the problem, not a problem. Like, I don't mind eating like game.
Hmm.
Like, I'll eat geese or hare or deer, or I don't, well, I mean, no, I don't care about any of that. It's fine. It's meat. I'll eat it. But
Yeah.
snails is just, no. I'm sorry, but
Well, there are plenty of them, so I'm sure
I
I won't be
agree.
the one starving. No, but I'm pickier in different regards. Like, I'm very picky when it comes to cheese dishes, like anything containing cheese.
I love cheese. Give me all the cheese and I'll eat the
See?
cheese.
See? Like,
Oh,
the
Except
no.
French
for like
kitchen is
I
a
love
nightmare for me.
the only cheese that I don't really like, or well, that I haven't found a kind of that I like, is
Mhm.
sheep cheese.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's too,
Very strong, very.
yeah, it's like
Yeah.
just too strong. Like goat's cheese is a bit, it's a hit or miss for me because some I will
It's
like.
difficult to
some-
find a good one.
What did you say, Lauren? Sorry.
Good sheep cheese.
Like, I'm so picky with my cheeses. Like, I don't like camembert, but I do like brie. Like,
Yeah, but they taste differently. So they're both soft cheeses, but no, but
They're
I
very
get it because
different.
yeah, they're both
Like-
soft cheeses,
yeah.
and I think that's about the extent that they're the same because like their flavors are so different.
true. I always consider it like the camembert is like the stronger version of the
Yeah.
brie.
Yeah, I think the brie is like the softer flavor cheese as well.
Yeah.
Camembert is stronger and usually a bit more bitter as well.
Yeah. But in that
Though not-
regard, I'm extremely picky with my cheeses. Like, no goat cheese for me, no sheep cheese for me. Like, if the flavor is too strong, I don't like it.
Yeah, for me it's like it depends on the specific flavor because we had like the supermarket had some things on sale because they were near like the final
Expiration date. Yeah.
expiration date, yeah. But it's like it's cheese. It's not going to go bad in a day, you know?
Yeah.
So those were like the small cheeses, and one of them it just tasted so like musty. I don't know how to explain it, but it just
Yeah.
tasted like an old sock drawer or something. So I was like, no, I don't like this.
Well, that's what most cheeses taste like for me.
Yeah, no, but like it was also one of like the okay, I'm sorry, my words are failing me. Gorgonzola,
Yeah.
like that's very sharp.
That's like a
It-
blue cheese, no?
Yeah,
It's a blue
yeah,
cheese,
it's a
yeah.
blue cheese. It's very sharp, but this, like the one
Ooh.
I had, was also a blue cheese, but that one just tasted musty.
Is it Roquefort? Roquefort is also
No,
a blue cheese.
I don't remember what the name was, but it wasn't a very well known type of cheese.
I went to whilst I was still living in the city, I went to just a cheese place. Like all they did was sell cheese, and I just walked in and I was like in heaven. And this guy was like, "Do you want fresh mozzarella and stuff?" And I was like, yeah, I want everything. Like now, just give me a basket, please. I just walked
Well,
out with
next
all this
time-
cheese, and I was so happy. I was like, oh my god, I have cheese.
Okay, so Lauren, whenever I come over to visit you at your place, we are going there.
I'm moving away. I'm moving like 7 hours away from there, but we can find one.
Why?
Because I'm moving down south. I'm leaving.
You're in the middle now, right? Give or take.
At the minute, I'm
Middle
on the near the coast on the west,
Yeah.
on
Where
the
are you
middle
going? Like
sort of line.
Bordeaux?
No, south, like near Marseille and stuff.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
complete south.
South.
Yeah. Nice.
But yeah, I
Even
love
further away
that
from us.
cheese. It was great.
Like, also fun thing, I don't like fresh mozzarella. I only like mozzarella when it's like hot and melted.
I love.
But that's a cheese
mozzarella.
I like in any form.
No, but it's the
Mozzarella.
same for me as like tomatoes. I don't like cold tomatoes. I only like tomatoes when they're like, hot and in something. Or on something, I guess. I mean, if it's some pizza or something, it's fine. But I just don't like cold tomatoes, and I don't like cold mozzarella.
Yeah, I got that.
I mean, I love all cheese, so.
I love most cheese.
Oh yeah. I love, like, if I go to a bar or a pub or whatever and I'm hungry whilst I'm drinking, I will get just a platter of cheese and I'll be happy. Like, I don't want the chips. I want the platter of cheese.
See, like, the problem is here in the Netherlands, they don't really offer platters of cheese. And I think that's just a crime against humanity, honestly, because why
agree.
don't we have cheese platters?
That's the advantage of being in Belgium. You got a little bit of French kitchen, you got a little bit of the north, you got a little bit of everything. Like, very French.
The
For
most
me,
we
it was
get here
torture.
are like mashes, potato mash and kale mash and endive mash. And I don't know, Lauren, you love potatoes, so that would be your heaven.
I mean, I love mashed potatoes. So, like, I'm a big foodie in general. So, the way to my heart is always through my food. It's just the way I am.
Yeah, like, it's so sad because like traditional Dutch food is the food I don't like.
Mind you, I don't like traditional French food. I don't like, because they undercook their meats a lot. Like, it'll still be very, very rare, and I don't like that.
It's
and
either
like
extremely undercooked or extremely overcooked, in my opinion. Like, there's no medium in French kitchen.
I know.
It's
incredibly difficult.
Yeah, I prefer my game bleu, but bleu chaud.
Oh, I can't.
And I often had it bleu froid. And I'm like, yeah, but this is not what I ordered. Like, this is still cold. And then it quickly turns to seigneur. And now I'm like, okay, yeah, I can live with this, but this is not what I ordered. So, yeah.
But yeah.
Like, I usually, if it's like steak, I'd like it like medium rare to rare. Like, definitely like on the redder side.
Seigneur.
Yeah. But like
Oh
not overcooked. Like, not sole of the shoe cooked.
Yeah.
There's a restaurant in France, like, it's a chain of restaurants. There are only like 6 in the entire country, and all they sell is steak. Like, you go in, there's no menu. It's just steak and chips, and they ask you only how you want it cooked. They bring it out and they have it on your plate, but they also have a candle lit thing to keep your meat warm, and it is in this garlic buttery sauce, and it tastes so good. It's incredible.
Sounds like my kind of place. Do they also sell
Best
cheese?
steak. No, they don't do cheese.
Just steak.
But it is the best steak ever. Like, I have never had a steak that good.
I think I should visit France sometime.
Yeah.
I mean, you should.
I'm just going to have to try to find, a time, because I already, because I work through like an agency, so I'm very free in terms of days off. I can just tell them, well, I'm not available on those days, so they can't
Yeah,
schedule
request,
things
yeah.
again. So it's very easy that way, and I just did that for like the entire summer. So it's going to be tough to get more days off because I basically went, well, then I have a concert, then I have a festival, then I have another concert, then I'm going to England, then I'm going to Luxembourg, then I'm going to Costa Rica for 3 weeks. But like the problem is like everything got cancelled and rescheduled, so now everything is all just at the same time.
Smushed together.
Yeah, because I have like 2 concerts and a festival in like 1.5 weeks.
Yeah.
You're gonna be
Femke,
tired.
when you're going to Luxembourg, are you going by car?
Probably. I mean,
We should meet on the way. You're probably close to going to surpass my house, so
we could definitely meet. I mean, I'd be going with Esme. We haven't finalized anything
that's
because
even
Esme's,
better. Even
Esme's
better.
stressed. I'm stressed. We're all stressed.
So we're all stressed out.
Yeah, but yeah, we were talking about Luxembourg, but also maybe like Ardennes.
Oh yeah.
Something
But then
like
it also depends on how you're going to drive. If you're going through Germany partially to get to Luxembourg, like the German part of Belgium, or if you're going more straight towards it.
Yeah, I have no idea. We haven't looked that far. We were like, she suggested going to like one of the islands here on the north of the Netherlands, Waddeneilanden. And I'm like, I don't really like islands. It's like if there's another place, I'd rather go there. So we were like looking at like maybe like Germany, somewhere that's not too far of a drive and not too expensive. Because going to Costa Rica is expensive, so I'm kind of on a budget for the rest of the summer.
I get that.
So
makes sense.
Yeah, so it's like not too expensive, preferably. So we're just looking like, and I'm like, well, it's very close, but I've never been to Luxembourg, so I'd love to go there. And it's it's very close.
It's even a 2.5 hour drive for me to get there. So
yeah, I think for me, because like I live all the way up north, it's around a 4.5 hour drive to like Brussels. So Luxembourg will be a little bit further, I think.
Yeah.
But like Brussels is straight down and Luxembourg is more to the side. So like for me. And
like
I know
when
that
we go from my position to Luxembourg, we surpass Leuven and then go to what was it? Yeah, Bergen. I don't know if is it moi or something like that in French. I don't remember. And then we go all the way south. But the thing is, I live like a quarter away from Leuven. So it's like completely depending on what side of the country you're going to surpass it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we haven't discussed that much, but I'll definitely keep it in mind. I'd love to meet up.
Keep me posted. And whenever I'm visiting France or southern France, probably by then, we'll inform Lauren, like, we're near, hello.
I mean, if the weather's nice there and you're there in October, I'd love to just, come visit in October or something. If I haven't gone back,
is like I'm moving down near like Montpellier area.
I know Montpellier.
Like the Montpellier area, and like it's warm practically all year round. Like, so that's where I'm planning going to. But yeah, work in progress.
I mean, if I haven't gone bankrupt by that time,
but it's usually
I'd love to visit.
Yeah, I wonder if I can take any time off at all.
You are more than welcome.
I'm honestly also wondering.
You're more than welcome. We can eat cheese.
About gas prices, because those keep going up.
We can eat cheese and drink wine.
Yeah. Like I was going
to consider going by plane.
I still am stressed about the gas prices.
Yeah. I was going to do like a road trip in May, like through Europe, but I was like, first of all, thesis deadline on the 23rd of May, so let's not do that. And then I was like, well, good thing I didn't do that because gas prices are insane right now and I'd go bankrupt just trying to keep my car going.
Yeah.
And I drive like...
That's why if I would go to the southern of France, I would already consider going by plane. Because I think it will be cheaper in the end.
See, the problem is I live in a place where there's no public transport. The closest airport is 1.5 hours away. So...
yeah, not very practical. Yeah, with me, neither. But then I'm like, parents, can you please drop me off?
Yeah.
And then it's still like 1.5 hours to 2-hour drive to the closest airport.
Yeah, would that be like Brussels-Zaventem?
Yeah. Or Charleroi.
Okay, yeah.
Or Eindhoven in the Netherlands. So I'm like in this triangle almost.
All right. Yeah, no, well, technically I have an airport closer to me, but that only has planes going to like 3 different locations, and I'm pretty sure southern France isn't one of them.
Yeah.
And then there's
Amsterdam. Usually isn't.
Yeah, then it's Schiphol, so Amsterdam, that's 1.5 hours away. Or I could do Rotterdam, which is like 2 hours away. Or I could do Eindhoven, which is 2.5 hours away.
How is it only 2.5 hours away? That's so mind-blowing. Because that would mean that you would be at my place in 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I reckon that's about right. Like, my boyfriend used...
3.5 to 4.
I think he still lives there, but he lives in Dongen, which is near Tilburg.
Mm-hmm.
I could do that I drove there in 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's like literally a straight line down.
Yeah, well, to visit me, you need to go even further down, straight.
Yeah, like I know, I don't know if you know her, Sadi from Wow I Read.
No, I don't know her.
I know she's in Turnhout.
Oh, yeah, that Turnhout is like, I think, 30 minutes, 3/4 away from me.
Yeah, so I reckon I should be able to do, like, from my place to your place should be about 3.5 hours, I guess.
Yeah, 3 to 4 hours, depending on traffic.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, no, I flew from Brussels-Zaventem twice. When I went to Egypt and when I went to South Africa, because it saved quite a bit of money. So my dad had to go to work in Hazeldonk, which is basically like right on the border with Belgium. So I just asked like, Dad, can you just like drop me off? Please.
Yeah, I get that.
So,
yeah, because then you're going from Antwerp to Brussels. And instead of going straight to Brussels, you have to go to Mechelen. And then it's only 30 minutes left.
Yeah.
So that's all right still. And Lauren is like, yeah, you girls keep on talking about 3 to 4 hour drives.
Yeah.
Although I can be in Paris
this all makes
in
sense.
2.5 to 3 hours. I can be in Paris, so that's a start.
Yeah. What did you say, Lauren?
I don't even think I can be in Paris in 2 hours. I don't even think I can be in Paris in 2 hours.
Yeah. Fair.
Well, I do have to like make a side note that I hardly ever stick to the speed limit, so I always, sneak a couple minutes off the time.
Yeah, like that. Yeah, I usually use public transport as my driver's license is still non-existent.
Right.
So, yeah.
No, I mean, obviously I don't do it recklessly. I check like how busy it is. If it's busy, I'm not going to speed, obviously. But sometimes at night, it's like there's no one on the road. And I just want to go home. So
all I can say out of experience, don't do that in France. Or you're screwed.
Oh, I know. My dad is a truck driver in France, and the amount of like speeding tickets he's gotten is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah. like my dad also had that. He drove like 130 or something, or 134 on the way home from France, and it was like, shit, I think they just got me. I think I'll have a ticket.
But like, see, the point is,
And it was at
French-
night.
French tickets are so cheap compared to Dutch tickets.
Yeah, that's true.
It's ridiculous.
Really?
Yeah. Like, my dad was like speeding like 15, 20 kilometers, and I think he got a ticket for like 60 euros. And like, if you try that here, last time I checked, it was 9 euros per kilometer, and that's excluding administration fees of 13 euros.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So naturally, the single time I got a speeding ticket,
That's a lot of money.
I was over speed limit 23 kilometers. So my bank account cried.
Yeah, and your bookshelf too, because they didn't add another friend.
Yeah, but like, it was so stupid because it's one of those points, like the entire road was 130 back then, except for like that kilometer, which was 100 because you have like, the multiple roads coming together. But it was Sunday morning, the weekend of Carnival, and there was no one awake, let alone on the road.
Yeah.
It was a sad day.
I can imagine.
Yeah, I think it was like 400 euros or something.
Yeah. I also think it might be just me, but I think this is a nice time to actually wrap up the live, as we were about to be live for 4 hours.
Quick! Goodbye! I'll see you there.
Bye!
Yeah, I mean, we just literally talked for 3.5 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
So this was basically a Skype session chat.
We did.
Online.
Yeah. That's fine too. Like, the title doesn't really...
I mean, it was fun.
Yep. That's the most important
you did
part.
a reading sprint. We never got around to the reading, but you did a reading sprint in the beginning.
Yeah, I got halfway through my chapter. So I might just as well finish it before I fall asleep. Because I am getting quite tired.
I at least picked 2 books I should be reading or will be reading.
See? And Lauren knows she's going to continue with Sarah J. Maas.
I drank wine.
True.
I mean, you could also continue with The Last Magician.
Yeah, true.
If you wanted to.
I mean, I could, but like, will I? Yeah, I will. I probably will.
Eventually.
I'm just saying you could. It's a possibility. I'm not saying you have to.
I mean, I got a second part, which is a start.
True.
I mean, yeah, I could.
I'm a bit sad Dex hasn't made
One
an
day
appearance.
I will finish the series.
He will make an appearance next time, hopefully.
Maybe I can still show him. Let me see if this works.
Mind you, it's late. He's probably asleep.
Yeah, he's asleep in his chair because he's not a spoiled boy at all.
He's got the dedication. Oh, how cute is he?
Hi. This is very difficult. I'm trying to get it center. Hi.
How cute is he?
Oh, he's sleepy.
Mm-hmm.
I like all these wrinkles. They're just the best.
Mm-hmm. He's very cute.
And the snoring is just so soothing.
He's not even snoring. He's just breathing. Because while most boxers snore, he doesn't really snore.
Yeah, but you could hear the breathing, the heavier breathing clearly.
Yeah, it's like he only snores when he's dreaming, and that's when he also starts like barking in his sleep. So it'll be like, like it's really cute.
Yeah, that is cute. Our dachshunds also do that. It's adorable.
Can you just leave my chair intact, please?
But you just broke it.
No, he stretches, but then he'll stretch his back legs, and he just basically his butt is against one armrest and his feet are against the other, so he'll stretch. So
Oh,
he'll
yeah.
just push the chair apart. But yeah, that's my chair, which was claimed by Dex. The other chair is right there, which was claimed by my dad. My TV was claimed by my grandma, so I'm going to need entirely new furniture whenever I move out again.
Yeah. A new opportunity to shop.
Yeah, but I can't afford that right now because I'm going on holiday.
A new opportunity to go window shopping and put it in the wish list.
Exactly. But now that Dex has made an appearance, we can all, safely go to sleep without bad dreams.
Yes. He's our
Very
guardian
true.
angel. Indeed. So I think we'll wrap it up here.
I had a lot
At
of
least in
fun
life.
talking to you guys.
Yeah, me too. And getting to
Let me
know
if
you
you
two
wanna do
better.
this again.
Yes, I love getting to know you better, and I didn't hear what you said, Lauren. Sorry.
I said, let me know if you want to do this again. I enjoyed it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, me
I
too.
agree with that. I keep
Yeah,
I think
me
I need to go
too.
that way. Yes, that. I
Because we
agree with that.
usually talked in chats.
And this side.
Yeah. Or
Yeah,
even
for
if
me,
we,
it's like, no, the other way, that way.
yeah, it's
Like
like
you.
the other way you think it's going to be. So for me,
Yeah.
Yep.
Lauren is on my right side, but I need to point left if I want to point to
Yep.
Lauren.
It doesn't
very-
make sense, but it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to do it like that way for both of you.
Just to be safe, I could do it this way. So, I'm the
Yeah.
middle,
You
so
could.
I'm always pointing at someone.
Yeah,
You
true.
could.
You're at the crossroads. Like, I don't know what way to go, but either one of them.
I mean, I suck at left and right, so
Me too.
I mean, having
Me
to
too.
also do it the opposite way as it's supposed to be is very confusing.
I get that. I really do. So after getting to know you two better, finally, after chatting, just
Yeah.
chats and comments, it was really nice getting to know you two better.
Yes, and I love that you just randomly invited me.
Me too.
Yeah, it was random. I was like, yeah, maybe she's up for it. I don't know with her thesis, but maybe it might cheer her up a little. We'll see.
Yeah. No, it's just my wrists are killing me, but that's okay.
Make sure you rest them.
Mm.
Yeah. It's just you probably can't see it, but they're pretty swollen as well. So
Oh,
Gotta
it'll
take
be
care of
okay.
yourself.
take good care of yourself.
Yeah. So
That's
shall we
important.
go? Yes. Shall we go offline?
Yes.
Because otherwise we'll probably still be here for the next hour.
Kind of.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I love talking to you guys, but
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
sleep anyway, so
No, Lauren's gonna stop over Sarah J. Maas.
no. But my brain doesn't go to sleep normally. Like it'll be up until 5 a.m. and then at 5 I'll be like, yeah, now is a good time to go to sleep.
And this special weekend, it will be 6.
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I usually work until like now. So
That's fine.
I'll probably still be up until 3 also because what's
Yeah, I
normal?
probably won't be up that late. Because I have early shifts starting on Monday, so I can't really fuck up my biological routine too much.
Oh no, for sure. Yeah.
That makes
So,
sense.
Yeah. It's just
I have to get up at 5 latest to get to work, so.
Okay, well, no.
But I'm
That's
really
fine.
considering going into night shifts instead, because that's a lot more my cup of tea. And then I work like 7 days in a row with night shifts, and then I'm off for 7 days.
Oh, that's nice.
So, yeah. But it are 10 to 12 hour shifts, though, every single day or night. So, yeah. There is a compensation in that regard.
Yeah.
But if it's an easier night, I can just as well read. So, yeah.
I mean, if they allow that, that's great. I mean, at my work, I'm not allowed to read. I'm not allowed to have my phone.
Well, the thing is, you need to be alert, and you need to do your touring around, and you need to make sure your patients are fine. But in those dead moments, a lot of nurses are falling asleep, and that's the issue.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're
But if you can keep yourself awake reading,
if you're reading, you're still alert, right? If
Yeah.
there's a noise,
Mm.
why are you in the middle now?
this is so weird.
What
It
just
was
happened?
weird. I don't know.
I've been kicked out of center spot.
I didn't do anything, I swear.
Now I'm gonna be even more confused. Oh no.
No, you can just point both ways.
That way.
I have to point that way. I have to point to the plants.
I have to point to the wall.
Confusing.
No, to my closets.
The plants
And
are that
bookshelves.
way.
I don't know where I'm pointing. Like, I can't even put my fingers in screen.
Yeah, that's always
You're
like,
here, that's all that matters.
true. And even though we're here, we're going to wrap it up here as well.
Yes.
Because otherwise we keep on chatting. Which is a good thing, but
Which is a fun thing, but not necessarily a good thing.
yeah. Indeed.
Because you need your sleep rhythm, your biological rhythm.
You do.
You work regular shifts.
I'm a normal humane being. I need my sleep, my beauty sleep, even though I want to be awake. In that case, I'm such a vampire. I'm pale. I live by night and I hate the bright sunlight. Like, I could be the perfect vampire in that regard.
I love bright sunlight on my own terms.
Yeah, I like the heat, but I don't like the brightness of the sun.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, when we were in the Egyptian desert, it was nearly 60 degrees. I didn't like that kind of heat.
Celsius?
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
I've never been in that kind of temperature, so I wouldn't know.
I'd be dead. I'd just be dead.
Yeah, well, it was fun in the sense that we got to observe like Fata Morgana, so like the mirage. Looks like what is happening?
I would still be dead.
Oh
no!
This is weird. I swear, I'm not doing anything. This is crazy.
No,
This is
we
magic.
stopped like right in the middle of the southern Egyptian desert to observe like the mirage. It was really cool. I actually got it on a photo as well. But like that kind of heat, it was not fun. I was like, can I please go back into the air-conditioned bus now?
I get that.
I would be the same.
Yeah, we shall wrap it up now because we said that 3 times already.
Indeed. And then we'll
still
talk
here.
about Africa again next time.
Yeah.
Mm.
Naomi, press the button, end the broadcast.
And